Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. If I can ask you to please take your seats. Ministers, Secretaries of State, Deputy Ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's my tremendous pleasure to welcome you all this afternoon to Cavan, to the beautiful surrounds of the Slieve Russell Hotel for the 13th OECD Rural Development Conference. My name is Andrew Ford and I'll be your MC for the plenary sessions, and I'm the Head of Rural Strategy and Social Enterprise at the Department of Rural and Community Development. Before I introduce the first speakers, I just want to run through a few points of housekeeping. The first point is to note that the toilets are through the door that you've come through on the left-hand side. Exits are through the door you've came, but there's also another exit on the right-hand side. The plenary sessions throughout the programme will be live streamed and recorded, so everybody should be aware of that. I would ask that everybody please try to be seated 5 minutes before the sessions are due to begin, and ensure that your mobile phones are turned off. For any questions you might have around the programme, logistics, or where you need to go, where you need to be at a particular time, you can touch base with any member of the team. Many of them are wearing blue t-shirts, though I'm sure most of you are all already quite well familiar with the venue and so on. As regards the comms dimension of the programme, you'll have noticed that we have a video booth, and you'll probably have seen that there are some student filmmakers around, and they'll maybe asking you or inviting you to say a few words to camera. We'd encourage you to do so if you're approached, and to share with the world your experience of the conference here in Cavan. The hashtags we'll be using are hashtag rural resilience and hashtag our rural future. So we would encourage you to actively use the social media platforms to share your impressions about the conference. Another point I wanted to mention is that your conference packs, your materials folders, notepads, pens, have been prepared for us through a social clause contract by Epic Social Enterprise. An Epic Social Enterprise gives employment to people with prior criminal convictions, and also those who are in the process of recovery from addiction. And hopefully you will agree with us that the quality of them is excellent, and we want to congratulate Epic and thank them for the excellent work that they're doing. On the way into this venue, you may have seen that there are several easels with research posters on display. Those are posters which present research that's happening in various higher education institutions and other research institutions that are dealing with economic and social research related to rural development. We'd encourage you to take time to look at those posters. Tomorrow, during the course of the lunch, and throughout the day actually, but in particular during the course of the lunch, the researchers will be on site, and they will be standing by their posters and happy to engage with you and answer any questions that you might have. Additionally, outside the door here, you'll have seen that there are exhibition stands related to some of our key agencies, including local ones. So, without further ado, that's the housekeeping out of the way. Thanks for your attention on that regard. We're going to turn to the official opening and the opening remarks for the conference. So, if I may at this point invite the Minister for Rural and Community Development, Heather Humphries, TD, and also Lamia Kamal Chawi, the Director of the Centre for Entrepreneurship, SMEs, Regions and Cities, to please come to the stage. Thank you. So first, then, it's my huge pleasure to introduce our host, and in many ways the inspiration for this entire event. It's Ireland's Minister for Rural and Community Development, Heather Humphries TD, to take the floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrew. Ministers, secretaries of state, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, a huge kids meal of fáilte to you all. And it's a great honour and privilege for me, on behalf of the Irish Government, to warmly welcome you to Cavan for the 13th OECD Rural Development Conference. And this is the first time Ireland has hosted this prestigious conference, and after the long shadow of COVID, I'm particularly pleased that we have been able to bring together representatives and distinguished speakers from so many member states for the first major OECD Rural Development Conference in 3 years. And I really want to thank our partners in the OECD and the Rural Working Party for giving us this tremendous opportunity. And many of you have travelled long distances to be with us, so allow me to sincerely thank you for taking the time to be with us today. And I make you one promise: you will have a wonderful time here in County Cavan. Our event today is focused on the theme of building sustainable, resilient and thriving rural places. Sustainable because, simply put, all of our futures depend upon it. Resilient because as we feel the effects of major events such as a pandemic and the war in Ukraine, we must always be ready for the next challenge. Thriving because we have a duty to shift the narrative about rural areas from one that is based on sympathy and solidarity to one that is focused on optimism and opportunity, and one that leaves no one behind. Despite the many differences between our countries, the challenges facing our rural communities are remarkably similar, distinguished mainly by scale and diversity and intensity. And with that in mind, the purpose of our event in Cavan is for OECD member states to consider the common challenges and opportunities facing us, from economic and social development to equality and inclusion to the green and digital transitions. No one member state has all the answers, but we all stand to benefit from considering these questions together. We have an incredibly rich programme this week, with speakers from right across the OECD region here with us to share their experiences. So I really do look forward to hearing from all of you over the next few days. We also have a really interesting cultural programme for our international visitors, where you will see rural development in action. And I do hope you also enjoy the warm hospitality of Ireland during your stay with us. Ladies and gentlemen, I am enormously proud to come from rural Ireland. I grew up not very far from here on a farm in the neighbouring county of Monaghan. So I'm well aware of the issues facing rural communities, and I have also seen many changes in rural Ireland over the years. And I have worked in rural Ireland for most of my life, but when I think of rural Ireland, I think of resilient people and communities who have adapted to changing circumstances. It has been the privilege of my career to serve as Ireland's Minister for Rural and Community Development since 2020, and to lead Ireland into a new and exciting phase of rural development policy. Despite the many challenges we face, and there are many, I believe an unparalleled opportunity exists to reimagine and revalue what rural means to our societies. When we think of rural, we should not allow ourselves to focus on decline. Instead, we should think of quality of life, innovation, community, and especially opportunity. Perspective is important because perspective drives ambition. The government's vision is for a rural Ireland that is thriving and is integral to our economic, social and environmental well-being and development. The strength of our national economy depends on how well our rural areas do. We need to move away from that tired narrative of rural versus urban. Our rural future, Ireland's National Rural Development Policy, has adopted a whole-of-government approach to rural development because we know this approach is necessary. We are working hard to make rural places better places to live, to work and enjoy for everyone through unprecedented investment and targeted measures right across government. Our policy is based extensively on the OECD rural principles, which remain as valid today as they did when they were adopted. We recognise the diversity of rural places and we seek to build on that diversity in a place-based manner. We also know that rural and urban areas depend upon one another. And yes, there is need to adapt public policies to most effectively support rural communities. In other words, rural proofing. But we must get away from the belief that rural is the purview of only one ministry or another. Rural development is a shared responsibility. Ladies and gentlemen, talent is distributed evenly throughout the world, but opportunity is not. Our task is to address that mismatch. If we create more opportunities in rural areas and can get more people living and working there, the benefits are huge. Reduced commuting times, lower emissions, more social and economic participation, more community engagement, more time spent with families, better progress towards our climate targets, and most importantly of all, a better quality of life for our people. The remote working revolution that we have experienced over the past 2 years has the potential to be transformative for society and the economy. And that is why we have invested so heavily in our network of hubs. Achieving balanced regional development is a win-win for everybody. It is key to ensuring other government policies are successful, including those focused on employment, SMEs, food security and housing. Our conference is structured around the 3 pillars of sustainability: economic, social, environmental. Our discussions will feed into a rural policy roadmap which should serve to guide us all individually and collectively. I believe now is the time for decisive and coordinated action for rural areas. We need to move forward with an honest recognition of the many challenges being faced, but not to be tied down by a sense of gloom or nostalgia. Opportunities are plentiful. We need to double down. We all need to work together. Governments at all levels, civil society, private sector and academia, if we are to realise a better future for all of our rural places. And I am confident that we can do that. And I am really passionate about rural Ireland. And my vision is for a better and for a brighter future together. And I do hope you find this conference useful and interesting. And I wish you a very enjoyable few days ahead. And as Andrew said, it's #rural resilience. And I'm going to say will ensure #our rural future. Gura míle maith agaibh.
Minister Humphries, thank you very much for those inspiring remarks to open us up. It's now my huge pleasure to invite our partners for this event, which we've been very pleased to partner with to develop it, the Director of the Centre for Entrepreneurship, SMEs, Regions and Cities, Lamia Kamal Shoei. Please take the floor.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Minister Humphries, ministers, secretaries of state, Ambassador Keown, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, it's also my great pleasure to open the 13th Rural Development Policy Conference on building sustainable, resilient and thriving rural places. Of course, I would like to start by thanking the Government of Ireland and especially Minister Humphries for their collaboration in organizing this conference and for bringing us, all of us here, to beautiful Cavan, where actually I heard that we are surrounded by no fewer than 365 lakes. It's very difficult actually to deliver a speech after Minister Humphries, which was amazing, but I agree with her about one point. Our rural areas are really precious. We should all care about our rural communities. They are home to 1/3 of OECD population. They provide the energy, food, mineral resources, water, and carbon sinks on which we all depend. More than that, vibrant rural communities inspire us all through their natural beauty, their culture, and their hospitality, as we are lucky enough today to experience here in Cavan. But today, we know that our rural areas are facing profound challenges, being impacted by global shift, by megatrends, but also more and more by global shocks. Of course, this is not new. Our rural communities have been facing deep challenges for a while. Global shifts, I mentioned that, the so-called megatrends, they can be sometimes very problematic for some of our rural communities. I'm thinking first, for instance, about digitalization, which of course offers tremendous opportunities. But for many rural areas, digitalization still represents a major challenge. And indeed, today, let me give you a figure. Across the OECD, on average, 40% of rural households still lack access to high-speed broadband. Climate change. We talk a lot about climate change. It's also deeply affecting our rural places, which are suffering more and more from the increased frequency and intensity of extreme weather events, such as drought, floods, and landslides. And achieving the green transition might be particularly challenging in some rural communities, given average emission per capita are 3 times higher in remote regions, for instance, as compared to metropolitan areas. And of course, we talk also a lot about aging, the question of aging population. Elderly dependency ratio are now 6 percentage points higher in remote regions than in metropolitan region. A shrinking share of the younger population can create deep challenges, labor market shortages, pressure on public finance and services, and reducing also rates of entrepreneurship. So now, within this context, we are all facing new global shocks, and this new global shock seems to be recurrent more and more, and they are compounding these challenges. Just as the world was seeking to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic, Russia's war against Ukraine unleashed an energy crisis, a food crisis, and a cost of living crisis. And these impacts are being felt severely in rural areas where typically residents have lower incomes and saving rates. They have also higher energy demands and higher dependency on car transport that put them at greater risk of fuel poverty. At the OECD, some data tell us that in some countries such as Czech Republic, Spain or Portugal, for instance, rural residents are 35% more at risk of being energy poor than those living in metropolitan regions. Russia's war against Ukraine is also threatening rural agricultural output in many of our countries. It has led to dramatic increases in the cost of energy and fertilizer, putting pressure on food prices. Well, let's be optimistic. I agree with you, Minister, after everything that I've just mentioned. Because these shifts and global shocks, of course, they present many challenges, but they also present great opportunities if we take the right decisions. This is why we are all here today in Cavan. This conference is about making the most of these opportunities. We have to be optimistic because there are good reasons for that. Over the next 2 days, ministers, policymakers, experts, and practitioners will discuss how to unlock a more sustainable, resilient, and thriving future for our rural communities. We will talk about how to unleash the huge potential of renewable energy. Remote regions already produce more than half their electricity from renewable resources, providing more than a third of all clean electricity in OECD countries. And at the OECD, we are working with member and partner countries to support the transition under the Rural Agenda for Climate Action that we launched last year at COP26, and which you will discuss in a dedicated session later. We will also address how to accelerate the uptake of digital technology, which is, of course, essential to help rural areas combat isolation, boost productivity, and access key services such as education and health. But, yes, there is a but, to fully realize this potential of digitalization that we are all talking about, it's really time to close the urban-rural digital skills gap. It's time also to close the urban-rural digital infrastructure gap. These challenges have been discussed for a while, we know them, but now it's time to deliver on the promises. How to adapt innovation policies to rural places. This is another essential subject that we're going to discuss over the next 2 days. Too often, innovation policy are focused on science and technology, and actually they overlook promising innovations and entrepreneurialism in rural services and agriculture. Later today, we will launch the OECD report on unlocking rural innovation, along with an in-depth case study on Switzerland, and I would like to acknowledge and thank the ambassador of Switzerland to the OECD, Ambassador Kessler. Thanks so much for being with us today. So I invite you all to attend the presentation of these 2 reports. Over the next 2 days, we will also discuss many other issues. We will consider how to strengthen food security and tackle the cost of living crisis. These are super pressing issues. We will continue to explore how SMEs, entrepreneurship, and social enterprises can be supportive to drive inclusive growth in rural communities. We will look at how policymakers can generate, attract, and retain the skills, and particularly the digital skills that are so crucially needed to sustain rural businesses. And we will discuss how to ensure that quality public services are available for all, even where population are shrinking. So, ladies and gentlemen, the OECD stands ready to work for you and with you to set the course for the sustainable, resilient, and thriving future we all want for our rural communities. I wish you all an exciting and productive conference. Thank you very much.
Dear Lamia, thank you so much for that. And it maybe felt slightly odd to recount all the challenges and still remain optimistic, but I think that is the challenge before us, and we need to keep that kind of perspective. So at this point, I'm going to again thank Minister Humphries and thank you, Lamia, for your opening remarks. I'd ask you to give a round of applause before we move to the next session. So now we have many opportunities, of course, but one of the great opportunities we have at this conference is that we have attracted so many senior government representatives from right around the world, for which we are tremendously grateful. The next session is going to be hosted by Minister Humphries, but will involve ministers and senior government representatives from a range of different OECD member states. The session will focus on, obviously, addressing the issues around the convergence of challenges that are ahead of all of our member states, but also to discuss how we can respond to those challenges in the short term and improve resilience in the medium to long term. So it's a pleasure now for me to invite the various ministers, secretaries of state and deputy ministers to take the floor, and I'll just run through all of them and invite you all to come to the stage together. So first I would like to invite Minister for Agriculture and Rural Development for the Government of Colombia, Madame Cecilia Lopez Montaño. I'd like to invite the Cabinet Secretary for Rural Affairs and the Islands from Scotland, Marie Goujon. It's my pleasure to invite the Undersecretary for Rural Development from the USA, Xochitl Torres Small. I'm glad to invite the Deputy Minister from the Czech Republic from the Ministry of Regional Development, Radim Srečenja. I'd like to invite State Secretary at the Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Food of Slovenia, Tatiana Buzetti. I would also like now to invite the Deputy Minister at the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure and Transport of Korea, Dae Chol Kwon, to the stage. I'd now like to invite Member of the Cabinet of the Commissioner for Agriculture, Roberto Berruti. And last but by no means least, I am very pleased to invite the Director General at the Department of Innovation, Science and Economic Development of Canada, Aisha Mawani, to the stage. And at this point, I'm going to hand the floor over to the chair and the host of this event, Minister for Rural and Community Development, Heather Humphries. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you, Andrew. And you're all very welcome for this discussion on rural development. And I think we'll just start off with the first question that we can discuss is, given the recent global shocks, including the pandemic, they have exposed strengths and vulnerabilities in many rural communities. And, what are our key priorities to help rural communities thrive over both the short term and the long term? And just, I suppose, just to get the conversation going, in terms of the Irish government, we have a vision for rural Ireland, and it's all about our people. It's about our places, and it's about possibilities. And we're very positive about that. And we want to see more people working and living, rearing a family, investing in rural areas. And our aim is also to provide more jobs and meaningful career opportunities. Because as a parent from rural Ireland, we find that we're educating our young people. They go to the cities, they don't come back. So we want to make sure that we give them the opportunities in the rural communities to come back and live in their community and be part of that. And I think that remote working really has given us an unprecedented opportunity to do that. It's something that we're absolutely committed to here in Ireland. We have a network of hubs right across the country. We've been investing in them about 100 million has been invested in repurposing old buildings right across the towns and villages. It is working, but we have to hold on to this opportunity that's remote working. We don't want to slip back to the old normal. We want to keep this momentum going, and we will continue to invest in it. So we have also, as well, we have been investing in our towns and villages at the public realm, because we want our towns to be attractive places to live and work. We're looking at town centre first policy, which is trying to get more people to live back in the centre of towns, and also to incentivise them to look at converting or renovating an old property and setting up home there. So we want to make sure we had nice outdoor facilities for them, and the public realm was good. It's put a lot of money in that over the last number of years. So also in terms of our communities, we want to help them build capacity. We want to empower them, and it's very much this bottom-up approach, so that they have a vision for their area, and we want to help them to realise their vision. We don't want this top-down approach. We want the bottom-up approach, where people engage and they want to make a difference, and they want to see things change for the better. So I'm going to ask Cecilia here beside me, maybe you could give us your views from Colombia, what you're thinking of.
Well, thank you very much, Minister. The first thing I want to say is that we are a very new government. We have been in government less than, well, a little more than a month. But anyway, we have our priorities. I hope we have our priorities clear. The mandate we received from our electors. Well, all of us have suffered from COVID and this large-scale aggression from Russia. And we know the shocks have been great for everybody, but there are different degrees according to the level of development we're in. In the case of Colombia, our main priority, short run, long run, we hope not long run, is peace. We have to put again peace as the main responsibility, main objective, and because we had a debt with the rural sector, because the war was basically rural. So we have to pay the debt. But this has to, the main issue is a holistic rural transformation. This means a great commitment after 30 years in which rural sector was some sort of left behind. And the first point is the Agrarian Reform. We had to legalize and distribute land possession. I mean, without that, it's impossible to really have peace and to have more productive activity. And once we decided, we already started, after months, we already started legalizing land, so we can bring all that peasants need to produce. Then I was very pleased to hear from you that connectivity was such a success. Well, this is our third priority. We have to do a lot, because it's the only way to have credit and to have more education, more health. The fourth is that we have to diversify our system of production, and agriculture is the real opportunity. We have the land concentrated, but we have it. We have the water, not best use, but we have it. And we have a large rural population, so we really can become a big, I don't know a big player, but at least a large producer of food. So this is, we have all possibilities to do that. That's a very difficult task. And one of the things I learned from you is that here, I'm from Ireland, is that rural policy has been transversal. We have many sectors because you have many commitments that you have to fulfill. I mean, you have to have ecotourism, you have to have environmental services, and you have to do it in a way that you have sustainability. I mean, you have to be committed to the challenges the climate change demands from us. But I am a little bit worried about the fact that environment is so important, and we are all committed to that, but we cannot forget inequality. I mean, in the case of our countries, and I'm talking about Latin America, but specifically about Colombia, we have a great gap between the social conditions in the urban areas and the rural areas. And we have to find very clearly the link between redistribution, between redistribution of wealth, of income, reduction of gaps in terms of inequality and sustainability, because I am worried that sometimes we forget about that. And finally, I want to talk about rural women. I think this is, President Petro has been very clear about the role of women in the rural sector, because this is the lowest part of the social pyramid. And we really have to work on care economy. I am convinced personally that while women have to assume the role of caregiver, and nobody recognizes its value, and nobody tries that it will be distributed between the market and the state, gender inequality will continue. That will be my priority. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Cecilia. Now, Mary, just our neighbour across the water in Scotland, perhaps we could get your views on what you think.
Oh,
please.
thank you very much. And first of all, just to say how much I welcomed your comments, and I think the positive nature, because I do think that we can become embedded in the challenges. Of course, there are many, and it just seems to be crisis after crisis at the moment in particular. But I do think that there are so many opportunities to come by that investing in our rural areas, because that is where we see all the entrepreneurialism happen. That's where we see the key innovations going forward too. And in terms of some of the short and longer term actions, I mean, in the short term, as I've said, there are a number of crises that we do need to try and address and to help our communities through. So there are a number of initiatives that we're undertaking in Scotland, though of course we don't hold all the policy levers to enable us to tackle the likes of the energy and the cost of living crisis. But of course we've been through the pandemic. In Scotland we've already left the EU as part of the UK with the problems that had arisen from that. There's the illegal war happening in Ukraine. But above all of that as well are the other crises that we have to try and adjust to. There's the climate crisis, the nature crisis. And I think it's by dealing with these that we can ultimately make our rural communities, our areas, and our whole country actually more resilient as a whole by trying to address some of those. And in relation to that, and planning for the future on the back of some of these crises that we've seen, in Scotland, for example, we launched our national strategy for economic transformation, and that's really setting out how we can become that net zero economy, a nature positive economy, as well as becoming focusing on being a well-being economy too, and putting the focus more on that as well, and really embedding that entrepreneurialism. But undoubtedly, there are other challenges in rural areas that we know we need to try and address. We have skills shortages. We also need to make sure that we're getting the basic infrastructure within our rural communities right. While we know that there is so many different sectors and areas who are desperate for a workforce, we also need the houses to accommodate people. We need to make sure that we've got that digital connectivity in place too, as well as the basics of good transport links. So these are all areas that we're working on, because we also do face depopulation in Scotland too. We know that our population is declining, and that we were dependent on in-migration for our population to increase. So we're looking at the measures we can take to try and address that by bringing forward a depopulation action plan. But again, it's important that all these threads link together. There isn't one easy solution that's going to fix all this, but by looking at our housing, our wider infrastructure, the investment that we're bringing forward, I hope that we can start to tackle some of these issues too. And also in relation to that, we have our island communities in Scotland. That's a big part of my portfolio. We have around nearly 800 islands, of which 93 are inhabited. We've got to make sure that the policies that we introduce are island-proofed. You talked about rural proofing in your comments there too. We actually have legislation in Scotland that ensures we're taking our islands and any impacts of our policies. If there are expected to be any adverse impacts, we're taking that into consideration too. And we have a National Islands Plan which looks at 13 strategic objectives, as well as a delivery group to ensure that we're fulfilling on those objectives and are working towards delivering against them. I think that Cecilia raised a really important point about the role of women. I think when we look at women, the gender inequality that exists, and also the voice of our young people, ensuring that that's heard, we want to make sure that we're keeping, that our young people want to stay in rural areas. They want to continue to live and work there, and that's where that voice is critical. We have a number of initiatives in Scotland. We have the Rural Youth Project. We also have a rural parliament in Scotland too, to ensure that rural voices are heard, and we are listening to the length and breadth of rural Scotland when it comes to taking action on some of the issues that I've set out there too. So it's vitally important that we look to address those problems, because it can even come down to things as basic as childcare. If we want to, ensuring that there's equal access to that, which can be a big problem, which is also an area we're looking to pilot and test case in Scotland too. So I'm not saying we have all the answers, but I think that's where it's important that we have this discussion today and can hopefully learn more from each other.
Yeah, thanks, Mary. And I think you're right there. It's not just one department, like we were all in the rural space here, but it's about pulling down from all the departments and making sure that they focus on rural issues and they rural-proof it. And I'm glad to hear you talking about the islands. We're just finishing off our islands policy. We don't have as many as 800 islands, but we have a good number of islands off our coast, and they face challenges similar to rural areas, but they have other challenges as well. So it's how we can make sure that they remain sustainable and we protect them into the future. But I do know you have a particularly good policy, because I've been told about it on a few occasions. You want to see what they're doing in Scotland there now for the islands, so I have to compliment you on that. And just in terms of the youth, we need to keep our young people involved. We need to get their energy, their enthusiasm. We need to keep them very much part of that conversation. And we have a youth rural forum that we consult with as part of our rural future. It's working very well. And you're right about the role of women. It's much more challenging sometimes for women in rural areas as well. There's no doubt about that. Now I'm going to go to Soshil and from the USA, and maybe we could get your views, please.
Thank you so much. And I have to say, I suddenly feel very at home. I really appreciate what you said, Minister, about how rural hits multi-sectors. Because I came with a laundry list, and I thought, oh gosh, how am I going to speak about this laundry list of issues in such a quick amount of time? But that's what happens when you serve rural. You hit every sector, and so you've got priorities in every sector. And that's why convening multiple folks is so crucial. The other thing that made me feel so at home in this conversation was your comment, Heather, about how crucial it is that we're optimistic. And I certainly feel that the Biden-Harris administration has found optimism by being people-led, which is exactly what you said, following the lead of people in rural America, following the lead of people who love the place they live and have chosen it. And what we have seen in COVID is that people are re-empowered to return home and to return to rural. And that takes certain investments. And so we spoke about a high-speed internet and the challenge in terms of getting that infrastructure in the ground so that no matter where you live, you can learn, work, get care, and be connected. So that it is no longer this urban-rural divide, but rather an urban-rural continuum. So Rural Development's very excited about the work that we have in the unprecedented. So there's $65 billion investment in high-speed internet in the United States. Rural Development has $2 billion of that, but making sure that it's reaching the most underserved places. The other part about returning to rural that's crucial is the housing stock that you mentioned. How do we make sure that people have places to live and places close by to receive care? And through the American Rescue Plan, there's been unprecedented investments in those as well. However, I'll be a little vulnerable in terms of our work in rural development. Our housing is focused on the most vulnerable, and that is crucial to be able to make sure that people can age in place in rural areas. But we also have to look at workforce housing and opportunities for economic development through housing as well, and that's something that we are working on. And then lastly, we've all talked about confronting climate change, and how do we make sure that rural people are able to be a part of those solutions in the ways they know best. The Inflation Reduction Act has also yielded unprecedented opportunities to invest in rural electric cooperatives so that they can diversify their portfolio and get to net zero. It really is about incentivizing that work and making sure that many times the people who are most impacted by climate change, whether it's because they're coastal or on islands, or whether it's because they live near forests and suffer wildfires, being able to be part of that solution is crucial.
Okay, thanks for that. And as you say, connectivity is absolutely essential. It's part of our future, and we have to have it. We're investing in Ireland in the National Broadband Plan. It's working its way through. A lot more people are connected now. We still have connections to make. But I'm just thinking of a story I was told when I was in Boyle recently in County Roscommon. There's 2 Irish families, and they're home from the US on their holidays. So their holiday, because of remote working, has now become 3 months, because they can actually work in the remote working hub during the day and with their family in the evening. So the whole summer, while the kids are off school or whatever it was, they were able to stay in Ireland. So that just goes to show you what connectivity can do for us. It can transform, and they're having a wonderful time with their extended family in Ireland and that. So there you go. I'm going to move on now, please, to Radim from the Czech Republic. So we'd just like to hear your views, please, Radim.
Okay. Good afternoon to everybody. First of all, thanks a lot for inviting me to this amazing conference. As a passionate rural citizen, I've been participating to several previous ones, including South Korea just before COVID. And I must say, I always took a lot of knowledge and experience. And now, being a part of the government, we do have opportunity to realize those ideas. And I must say, if you look to the Czech government program, there is a lot of points actually taken from those conferences. So that's great. Term resilience, I think 4 or 5 years ago, it was just academic field discussing resilience, Nobody realized what it is, We tried to explain that to the citizens. But now, after the 2 crises we have been facing, I think it has the real meaning, and the data was mentioned about the energy crisis, about the vulnerability, etc., etc. So I think now we know what it means. At the same time, what I feel is that every crisis brings an opportunity and a challenge. And for me, the biggest opportunity, and I'm repeating it at all the events, is that we have amazing opportunity to speed up the transformation of rural areas and to bring rural revival, I think 10 to 20 years earlier than it was supposed. When I am a big fan of smart villages, so I was always telling to the mayors about smart villages, and they said, you are crazy, you are crazy, no home offices, no internet. And now, everyone is thinking about home offices, about high-speed internet, about all energy transformation, energy communities. So I think this is opportunity, and we should use this opportunity. We need strategies. We have amazing long-term vision for rural areas on the European level. We have a nice instrument of rural pact. Now we need to change the vision to reality. It's sometimes difficult because the European Union has millions of amazing strategies just being somewhere closed in the box. So as I'm always telling, we should bring it from the sky to the earth, to the people. We need resources because we cannot rely just on resources for agricultural policy. Actually, this is the way the Czech Republic is going, that rural development is together with urban development and regional development under our ministry, because it's not zoo like rural areas. It's a part of regional development. We should foster rural-urban linkages, and we should use all the funds. It means that 60% of the regional fund, European Regional Fund in the Czech Republic, is going to rural areas, So we need to do new recovery resilience fund. We need to use all the resources and all the tools. We have amazing tools like LEADER, community-led local development, which we widely use in the Czech Republic. And I am very angry that in most member states, this opportunity was not taken by the governments, And we are the only country which is giving more and more money to this instrument, and we are happy for that, and it's working. And countries like Sweden, for example, I see Marion sitting there, they are just not using this opportunity anymore, and for multi-fund facility. We have smart villages, etc., etc. We need to give power to the local governments. We need to give power to the regions, to the local action groups, to the micro-regions, because the COVID has shown that who was solving the crisis? It was the local communities, local governments, and this was the best solution. It is also the best solution for the energy crisis, building the energy communities, etc. So we need to give more power to the bottom levels. And I think this is, of course, a big problem in many countries. And I would be happy if the governments realize that we need to give power to the local level. And finally, we need, of course, also to give the quality of services to rural areas. I very much admire the Korean system of minimum standards of quality of services in the rural areas. We have it in our governmental program, actually, that we want to do it also in the Czech Republic. And I think this should be the target, the quality of services, broadband, etc. And if we have all those, then we need to attract people, of course, yeah? And it's not that you give the service. You need to attract them, that you make the rural areas attractive, you know. When I was 26, I came back from Brussels, Denmark, and in Denmark, then having a job in Brussels, and I decided to go back to the rural area, 250 kilometers from Prague. Everyone was saying to me, you are crazy, you know, you are losing your life, you know, and you are going to museum, to zoo, you know. And I am so happy that I went back, you know. Maybe it was because my mother, she was a mayor before, the grandfather was a mayor. I am happy that my son told me when I was going to Ireland that he wants not to be policeman anymore, that he wants to go to meetings and he wants to go to Ireland. You know, so he's 5 years now. And I am happy that the kids in the kindergarten and the school say that they want to be a mayor, you know. So I will have a big competition in the future, but I am happy for that. And we need to find those passionate people in rural areas, because I always say that it's sexy to live in rural areas. I also teach at university, and I ask the students who wants to come back to rural areas. And we need to work on that to show there are enthusiastic people about living in rural areas like Marion, Petri, Iro, you know, and we need to share this, that to do this storytelling about successful people really living in rural areas, and explain that there are opportunities to have professional career, everything in the rural areas, and there is value added, that it's beautiful to live in the rural areas. Because Europe starts in the rural areas, the world starts in the rural areas, you know, so we should really try to do everything, and I am optimistic that this transformation and rural revival will be successful. And also, as a part of the Czech presidency, we have very important issues to persuade also the other member states during our presidency, and I would like to warmly welcome you to those 2 events which are focusing on smart villages, innovations in the rural areas, and community-led local development. So we would be happy if it was one of the messages coming out of our presidency as well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Radim. And you're right there, we do need to engage with people all the time, because if we get that buy-in at local level, they can make it happen, and you know, they have to be part of that conversation. And when we were developing our policy, we did a huge amount of consultation right across the country, and we wanted to hear what people had to say, because they know what they need in their communities, and I think that goes to the core of it all. And by the way, I live in a rural area too, and if I spend too long in the city, I lose my energy. I need to be energized. When I get back home to the country air, I feel much better. Now, can I just move on now to Tatiana, please? Tatiana is the Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Food, the State Secretary there in Slovenia. So, Tatiana.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. And even though coming from the agriculture, forestry and food, let me start with actually this energizing statement that almost everyone prior me said. And if you think that 75% of Slovene population live in rural areas, maybe you can understand why 2 million of people are getting all these medals in sports recently, because apparently we are highly energized and highly productive and really benefiting for rural areas that are actually really representing this outdoor facilities, infrastructure, but also culture and way of living. And people don't want to leave, so the living standard there is perceived as a high quality. However, we still have a huge challenge to keep the young people to find the working business opportunities, and that they feel also connected with the urban or suburban centers, because with the small country, we are having this advantage that the distances between the urban and rural and the semi-urban or rural are small. However, the distances may be in infrastructure, but sometimes the distances in thinking, the distances in how we are doing things are like millions of kilometers. And here I would like to add on the top what has been said, that the knowledge transfer, the connectivity, it needs to be stronger, it needs to be greater, and that we need to get younger people that go to the urban center for training and studying back with the prosperity and with the vision for within agriculture or outside agriculture. So for the Slovene government, that is currently also very young, the diversification of economic activity, the green and digital transitions are key in terms of going to this well-being in the rural areas and having young people for our future, also as not only great sportsmen, but also as great entrepreneurs, and bringing higher added value also in agriculture, also in forestry, also in fisheries, even though it might represent relatively small added value in the overall industry, but it's important. We are not yet there, as in Czech, that we would see the rural development across all the sectors, or we would talk about the rural proofing. But actually we are traditionally doing it a lot, because why can we live on in the rural areas? Because investments of education sector, average size of schools, you have 500 pupils in the rural areas, but there is no debate of closing the schools, because it's no way to keep the young families if they don't have a school, a kindergarten, and the health services. So this is a basic. So for the government, the reform of health and social care that's ongoing, it's a crucial for rural areas. And here the rural proofing has to be debated, and that's something that we will bring to the table. But at the same time, as an agriculture sector, we see opportunities linked to the aging population, and we are discussing how also farmers can be active part in the smart villages, offering different types of living space for elderly, and connecting with the social and care services in order to raise the capacity for long-term care in the rural areas. Because in particular, women are often living alone in the rural areas. They don't want to leave until the last critical moment when they really cannot anymore live on their own. And for here, I think there's also, with this aging population, there is a silver economy opportunity, starting with very simple services that can really be created among different sectors, agriculture and social and health and education, and intergenerational. Also transfer of knowledge, not just between rural and urban, but and vice versa, but also intergenerations. We are sometimes forgetting to that. Maybe to finish, the connectivity linked to the generation, to the digital and digitalization, that's priority, is now a really short-term priority as well, just really to close all the gaps that we have there. And if I think about this summer, we had it all. We had drought, we had floods, and we had forest fires. So if someone in Slovenia still doesn't understand the climate crisis and that we will have to change to sustainable food production, I think we cannot promote anymore. We just have to do it. So also transition towards sustainable food production and circular economy, it's a huge priority among our sector. And we are quite happy today because we got a green light for the strategic plan yesterday from European Commission, where these objectives are highly addressed, beside also environmental targets.
Okay, thank you, Tatiana. Yeah, and you're absolutely right, it's about sustainability, but I think in fairness to agriculture, they have driven innovation in many rural areas, because you find that you have innovators coming up with solutions to maybe problems that agriculture presents, and that can be broadened out. And I know in this area here we have a very strong engineering industry, and that emanated from the agricultural space. So there's loads of opportunities there, and you're right there in terms of sustainability. I think there's opportunities too where we can deal with it in a way that gives opportunities to others. So I'm going to move on now, please, to Daechol from Korea. And you're very welcome, Daechol, because I know it took you 24 hours to get here. It was a long journey, so, thank you.
Hello, I am Daechol, head of Korean delegation. I am very glad to be here on the OECD Rural Development Conference. Compared with other participants, my English is not good enough.
No, it's good, it's good.
I beg your pardon that I read the prepared context. Yeah, I beg your pardon. The Korean government, through the previous force regime, has been putting diverse policies to reduce the urban-rural gap and to improve the living environment and the quality of life for rural residents. One is to decentralize administrative functions that relocate those ministries to different parts of the country, like Sejong City and other regional hub cities. Another example is the 5+2 Mega Regional Economic Zones initiative, and the other is interregional cooperation by setting the so-called happy living zones. The concept is really difficult to understand. However, as more people choose to live in the Seoul capital area, the urban-rural gap widened. However, the retreat from globalization triggered by global shocks in recent years is providing us with the opportunity to develop unique characteristics of each region. An important part of helping rural communities thrive in this challenging time is creating an enabling environment where they can develop their own unique traits and values. Korea's new administration launched this year has set the goal of achieving first, balanced national growth led by each region. Second is a strong foundation for innovative growth. And last is maximum development of regional characteristics in pursuing its regional development policy. For this purpose, first is we plan to expand our authority of local government, which include financial autonomy, etc. Second is we are also striving to create methods for innovative regional growth with businesses as the key player. To do so, we will provide tax and regulatory exemptions, create campus towns to foster innovation and build local investment platform. Here I will introduce the concept of innovation campus town. It is a project fostering regional hubs for innovation and growth by building startup support centers near local universities. Another example is establishing a platform for local investment. It is a project on creating funds based on each region for investment in local SMEs and innovative startups. Lastly, continued effort will be made on identifying and nurturing local brands and street side shops. At this point, I want to emphasize one example. Korean government also strives to attract the youth and skilled workers to settle in rural areas. The youth and people need stable jobs the liability of the rural areas must also be improved. Considering these factors, the Korean government is conducting projects on creating so-called life hubs in rural areas, connecting housing, community infrastructure, and jobs together. We provide public rental housing to young people working in industrial complexes and startup support centers in rural areas so that they can live comfortably at affordable rents. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that, Dechol, and that's interesting where you have life hubs in rural areas. I think that's an interesting concept. You mentioned there about the regional development and innovation hubs. I think they play a huge role in terms of creating jobs and sustaining economic growth in the areas, and it's something we have been doing in this country. We have been targeting funds into regions so that they can pitch for them and then come up with ideas through some of our agencies, particularly Enterprise Ireland supports companies to scale up and to export, but also to invest in research and development. So we have innovation hubs, and they have proved very, very successful, and you can spawn some really, really good companies out of that. Just to move on now, please, to Roberto, who's a member of the Cabinet of the Commissioner for Agriculture. Roberto, you're very welcome.
Thanks a lot. Does it work? Yeah. First of all, many greetings from my Commissioner, because he would love to be here, but in the same time, he had to go to Bali for the G20, Filiera Agriculture. And as you know, it was extremely important that European Commission was represented in physical presence because of the tentative of Russian Federation to manipulate a little bit the narrative on that. So just to be as much as firm in our position, it was gently pushed by the President von der Leyen to be there in presence. But he would love to be here because Commissioner Wojciechowski is so close, and he has in his heart so closely the small-scale farming, and is trying to do as much as he can to support this kind of small-scale farming, because he believes that this is the real added value of all Europe. A lot of things has been already said by the representative of Czech Republic, Slovenia, regarding some strategies that we are putting in place. And for this kind of passionate idea of my Commissioner, the Commission has launched the long-term vision on rural areas. And together with, of course, the President von der Leyen and other two commissioners, Commissioner Suiza and Commissioner Ferreira, we launched this strategy, and we are happy to listen that the member states are standing ready to implement and to develop, and we try to help them in being successful in this goal. I will skip a little bit all the things that already has been said, just mentioning some data. 137 million people in the EU and 83% of land are people living in rural areas and are so defined rural areas. This crisis, this pandemic, has underlined that maybe before the quality of life in rural areas was considered not as high as in the urban areas, but a lot of people during the pandemic realized that the dimension of the rural areas, also for the short supply chain of, for instance, food products, was not so bad. And what is lacking? Is lacking the connection, the digitalization. But now with the wireless technology, we could make a very quick and fast implementing of this problem that could theoretically cut out some part of the population. I'm just going to pass by all the main points that characterize the long-term vision of rural areas. This vision creates two new avenues to develop holistic policies for rural areas. On the one hand, the EU Rural Action Plan that should be implemented together with the Member States, and the Rural Pact. The implementation of the vision will contribute to help rural communities thrive over the short and long run. For these, we are implementing an action plan with 30 actions that span across all areas of the rural life. Many European Commission departments are involved to make the most of the opportunities the green and digital transition will provide. Let me mention also a communication that, if I'm not mistaken, is going to come out today. Today is Wednesday, is the college day, is the minimum income communication. And this communication, now I was hesitating because I didn't want to make a preview and anticipation before my president. I could be helpful to be recruited somewhere else otherwise.
Could be staying in Cavan. Yeah. What better place?
Yeah, it's quite close to my hometown. I come from, so I feel like home. But let's delay a little bit this return to the rural areas. Now, this minimum income communication has been strongly requested by the presidents of the Council, the Czech Republic, and we try to put together all the different area where a minimum income is strongly needed. And from my part, taking part to the special chef in preparation of this, together with my colleague from Capsuza, we strongly advise to emphasize the rural areas as a point of important need to compensate the lack that we talked about before. Not so much the gender inequality, because if you have a look to this stage, you did a very good job talking about rural areas. We are in minority. Just a few things. We have three objectives: amplify rural voices, to structure and enable collaboration and mutual learning, and encourage and monitor voluntary commitment for action. And this is just possible if we all together we try to reach the same final goal. So I'm happy to be here because it's a beautiful place. Thanks again. But I'm happy also because this kind of conference or exchange of ideas are the real soul of the successful, maybe at the beginning ambitious, but for sure important goals. Thanks a lot again, and I'm sure it will be very fruitful.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Roberta. And it'll be interesting to hear this report on the minimum income. And I'm just wondering, do people, or will it find that people in rural Ireland need or in rural areas, I should say, rural areas, do they need a higher minimum income, to meet the increased costs of obviously living in rural areas and the challenges we have? It'll be interesting to hear it. And I just want to thank the EU for their support in terms of what we do as ministers in the rural space. And of course, and I know that Tatiana has just got her cap agreed, so the rural policy with the EU. So we just say thanks for the work and the support that you give us. Now, and last, can I just go to Aisha? And Aisha's here from Canada and the Director General of the Department of Innovation, Science and Economic Development. So Aisha, you're next, and thanks for waiting patiently.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor to be here with all of you and to share with you Canada's experiences with respect to supporting rural economic development, and to also have an opportunity to hear about your experiences. Thank you to our hosts, Minister Humphries and the OECD, as well as distinguished guests, who I certainly have the privilege of joining today up here on this panel. Before I begin, I did want to express regrets. Minister Goody Hutchings, who is Canada's Minister for Rural Economic Development, very, very much wanted to be here, but had to cancel her visit to Ireland to attend the conference. Atlantic Canada, as many of you know, suffered a severe storm this past weekend as a result of Hurricane Fiona, and the Minister is focused on rebuilding and recovery efforts in many communities on the ground, including rural communities. So I wanted to start by sharing a statistic. Here in Ireland, I understand that population density is roughly 72 people per square kilometre. In Canada, it's 4.2. Rural Canada is extremely diverse, extremely vast in its geography, its culture, its people, and its needs. The challenges and opportunities in rural Nunavut may be completely different than those in rural Ontario. Now, 1 in 5 Canadians live in the rural communities that account for 30% of our country's GDP. So rural Canada is absolutely vital to the economy. After extensive consultations with rural Canadians, the Government of Canada launched a rural economic development strategy. The strategy is intended to build rural communities, support rural Canadians, and make sure all levels of government work together on rural interests. And we've heard this theme from other speakers that rural development needs to be people-centered. Certainly in speaking with rural Canadians to develop Canada's Rural Economic Development Strategy, which was launched in 2019 prior to the pandemic, we heard that access to high-speed internet was one of the biggest challenges. And this was only magnified by the COVID-19 pandemic, which increased Canadians' reliance on connectivity to work, to learn, communicate, and to just live. So without a doubt, high-speed internet is critical infrastructure. Canada's $2.7 billion Universal Broadband Fund is well on its way to connecting every single Canadian to high-speed internet by 2030. Reliable high-speed internet access means rural Canadians no longer have to miss out on education, services, and opportunities due to a lack of connectivity. But we know that if we want rural businesses to succeed, they need more than just access to high-speed internet. We need to attract and keep talent along with affordable housing. These are pressure points for many rural communities. They need to be able to recruit skilled workers and to offer them affordable places to live. Canada's launched various programs to help bring people to rural communities. Immigration pilot programs in the Atlantic and northern regions are helping bring newcomers to smaller communities to support middle-class jobs while making these communities home. To help tradespeople move from place to place for temporary work, Canada has introduced a tax deduction for travel and temporary relocation expenses. And increased protections for workers and reduced paperwork burden for the Temporary Foreign Workers Program, is allowing rural communities to leverage foreign nationals working in Canada where needed, including in the rural areas. The other pressure point, as I mentioned, is safe and affordable housing. It's a key pillar and a barrier to economic prosperity in rural regions. Canada is investing $4 billion to help municipalities build 100,000 new homes, and we're making sure that the program takes into account smaller and rural communities and their needs in particular. So going forward, Canada is looking to support rural communities with immigration, infrastructure and connectivity, labor and skills development, and tourism, all of which play vital roles in economic development in rural regions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for that, Aisha. And I think it's a theme going through everybody here is the challenge of affordable housing in rural areas. And it's something that we're all working on. We're trying to increase the supply. But I think here we have, we've put a particular focus now on town centres and how we can renovate and repurpose old buildings. And we have grants. It was only announced a couple of months ago, Creek Honaha Fund, and you get a grant of up to €50,000 to convert a derelict building into a family home where you're going to live, and that's going to be extended further into rural areas. It's proving very popular, and people want to come back and live in centre of towns and villages, and I think that that's a good thing. It brings footfall, it brings life into the areas. Now, and that just moves me on now to the next question, and that is, how do we adapt policy responses to different types of rural regions, from those close to cities and remote areas, including those in between, to help leverage opportunities for rural communities. So I suppose that's about the place-based approach. We need to build on the strengths and the opportunities in particular areas, and it's different to all parts of the country. Different things are needed in different areas, and I think what we're trying to do is, again, the bottom-up approach, and which allows us to do it more on a regional basis. We have the regional enterprise plans. Again, that's about looking at the regions, seeing what the opportunities there in terms of developing economic growth, and it's about pulling all the stakeholders together and setting out the plan for each of our regions. It has worked well. We roll it out through the Department of Enterprise, Trade and Employment, but again, it's about the stakeholders working together. We have a number of different plans. I think it's 8 regional plans in total. And we have one then, and we have a pot of money where they can bid for projects that's going to create employment, that's going to encourage innovation, that's going to invest in R&D. So, and ultimately, at the end of the day, it's about creating more jobs. It's creating high quality jobs in rural Ireland. We have a fund that was developed particularly for the border region where you are now. It would have been it was lagging behind other regions, and we had a Border Enterprise Development Fund, and that has actually resulted, because it was a targeted measure at a particular region that had lagged behind. It has worked very well, in that employment in that region has now actually increased, and more jobs have been created. So when you do focus on particular areas and you put the right strategies in place, it can work. And I think that is something that we should be looking at all, in all of the different regions, in all of their complexity. It's not the one cap fits all approach. We need to take each one and build on their strengths, as I say, and address the challenges that might be there. But broadband, of course, is so important. It really is, and everybody's saying the same thing. Is this connectivity, and it's embracing new technology, the digital economy that will change. That's what gives me such hope and such optimism for rural areas. And there's an island, Clare Island, of the west coast of Ireland, and they're developing a health hub where you can have consultations remotely with your consultant. And there's so much you can do now, and you can, really it's unlimited. And I just think there's so much happening there. We just have to grasp it and just get on with it. Can I just move now? Maybe I'm going to sort of move around. Well, actually, maybe if I come back here to Celia again, and maybe you'd like to just give us your views on that, on you know, how do we adapt policy responses to different types of rural regions?
I mean, to understand how important territories are in Colombia, we have to start by something that it has been a surprise for many in the country. Finally, we are recognizing ourselves as a multi-ethnic society.
Yeah.
That we have Indians, that we have black people, we have peasants, and a little bit of Spanish blood. So we're not blonde, white, and blue-eyed. We are ethnic. And the territory is important because each territory has not only a different regional context, different resources, but different combination of these people. So territories now must have their own autonomy to have their priorities. And the way we are doing it is with dialogues. So we have a lot to learn from you. We are trying to make dialogues with the people, and believe me, this is not easy, because it's the first time many of these groups are getting together. But this is the recognition that we have to move, as you said, Minister, from down to up, not the country. And you know what we're doing now? The development plan we started to build, we have to have something like, I don't know, 35, 40 different dialogues in small regions. I think it's so complex, asking the people what the priority should be, that in the middle of the cabinet I said, you know something, President, I love to be the Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development. I don't want to be the planning department chief, because that is going to be a huge challenge. But this is the first time that Colombia is going to work on a territorial base. I would like to round up like that, saying that this is the way it should be, but we haven't done it before. I hope we are successful, so pray for that.
Well, I wish you well, Cecilia. And Mary,
yes, I think that we've essentially adopted a very similar approach to what you outlined, Heather, in relation to having that place-based approach and ensuring that we're building policy and doing that from the bottom up, because I think it's absolutely crucial that we do that. If we want our policies to work, we need to make sure there's that buy-in and that engagement right from the start. And I think it comes back to the point that Aisha raised about you know, the challenges within our rural communities are so very different. I talked about all the different islands in Scotland. Their experience is different to those in remoter parts of mainland Scotland too. So we've got to make sure that we have the flexibility and adaptability to deal with the different challenges and issues as they're presented. I talked in my first comments about the Islands Act that we have, and how we have to ensure that the policies we develop consider their impacts on islands as well, and we undertake islands community impact assessments, which are a legal requirement now, which I think is very important. But there are also other approaches, obviously no longer being in the EU. We've tried to, I think LEADER was a fantastic programme that we benefited a lot from when we were members of the EU. We've really tried to build on and develop and take the best of that approach in Scotland by trialling new community-led local development projects, and to ensure that communities essentially have their say on the policies and the programmes that are best going to work for them too. And coming back to our islands, that's really ensuring we have that bottom-up approach was critical in developing our National Islands Plan and the objectives that we identified within that. It was about identifying the challenges and the issues that matter most to people, whether that's fuel poverty, whether that's housing, and then building the implementation plan from that as well. I talked about the voice of young people in my previous comments too, about how critical that is. We've also established a Young Islanders network. We've ensured that they're part of that delivery programme too, so that they're feeding into that policy making process. And when I look at the other parts of my portfolio, when we're looking, again, because we're out of the EU, we're going through a huge period of transformation in relation to our agriculture policy post-CAP, as well as in relation to our fisheries too. And it's the co-development bit of that which is really important for us. We're working together with our farmers, our crofters, our agricultural industries and environmental organisations to help us develop and build that future policy, because ultimately we've got to make sure it's a policy that's deliverable and that it will take everyone along with us. We know that we're going through a huge period of transition. To ensure that that is a just transition, we need to make sure that people are involved in that, can feel that their voices are heard, and we're taking them along with us.
Yeah, absolutely, and I totally agree with you there, Mary. So I'm going to move on now to show Chiel again.
Great. Again, we've spent a lot of time talking about the what. Now we're really talking about the how.
Yeah.
And one of the things that I'm most excited about in rural development and with the White House is real force, frankly, to forge through with the Rural Partners Network. So Redim, you mentioned how do you take a vision and turn it into a reality in terms of a strategic plan. I think the same is true when it comes to placemaking. How do you take a community's vision and turn it into a reality? And that's the goal of the Rural Partners Network, to identify places not just based on need in terms of where's the social vulnerability index or what's the distressed communities or persistent poverty counties, but also the attributes. There's a wealth of people who know and love their homes, and how do we identify what those social networks look like, what the potential partners are on the ground? So the Rural Partners Network has identified places that have both the need and the attributes, and is working to convene that, to then make sure that government at every level is responding to that vision, is responding in a way, listening better with a rural strategy put together by over 20 different agencies to respond to that, and identifying ways where federal government and other governments can coordinate better together. So we're very excited about this, but at the end of the day, it's a pilot. It's a few chosen places. And so the question is, how do we scale that? And I see three key things in the Rural Partners Network that we are working to scale better. And the first is capacity building, so recognizing that wealth of people. We're doing some exciting work in southeastern Alaska, where Native Alaskans have really wanted to diversify their economy outside of the timber industry and the old growth that has been occurring there. They want to have multiple options. We were talking about capacity building, and one woman said to me, wait a minute. We've got plenty of capacity. You have people who have made sacrifices to be where they love, and we know our homes, so we want you to listen to us rather than telling us what hoops we have to jump through. The second is federal coordination. One example, we talked about the bipartisan infrastructure law and the money that's going for high-speed internet. Well, another place where there's enormous investments is in water infrastructure, which is something that's very close to my heart. Rural development got none of it. And there was an immediate response from folks within my agency to say, oh, well, then we're just not going to focus on water right now. And instead what we decided is, no, it's our opportunity now to work with other federal agencies to say, how can we support the work that you're doing in rural areas? And so we convened to create this closing the wastewater access gap, which is, again, identifying locations that we know have real needs, places that we want to make sure they'll be ready to take advantage of those funds, and making sure that they have both the technical assistance, which is the third one, I'll just preview that now, the technical assistance, and that our applications for our loans and the grants that came through EPA for the bipartisan infrastructure law work better together so that communities can leverage both tools. So capacity building, federal coordination, and technical assistance.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right there, and it's all about collaboration, people working together. And sometimes it's easy to say it, but it just doesn't happen as much as we'd like it to. But when you put all your energy together to achieve something, it can happen. Again, it's about local government, local communities, and local and the leader companies that we have here through the CAP and the leader program in particular. When all of those work together, you really have a good recipe for success there. So that's thank you. And Redim, I'll go on to you now.
First of all, in reaction to Mary, I feel very sorry that we lost Scotland, England, and North Ireland from the European family, because being also in Scotland for the OECD conference in Edinburgh, I was fascinated by the rural development and sharing experience. So I hope one day you come back, you know.
Me too.
even alone.
So do we.
And there is a lot of people sitting here like Tim Jones and Alistair, the friends we were always meeting, and really I think it's important. What we are doing in the Czech Republic, actually, the regional development is really one of the priorities, and the work with the different kinds of regions is also so the crucial one. We have a strategy of regional development for 2021 to 2027, which was really bottom-up negotiated with the partners, and also my role at the ministry, I was called to be so-called ombudsman of local governments, regions, and local action groups. So every day I am in contact with everyone who is just complaining, and being sometimes, with the colleagues at the ministry in quarrels. But I think this is crucial to be in contact, because the vision from the Old Town Square in Prague is different to the region than the vision living in the region. The territorial dimension, so-called, we have also strategy for territorial dimension, and there is a must for all the operational programs to have it included in their operational programs. So actually our operational program, integrated regional operational program, which is run by our ministry, we give 40% of allocation to integrated instruments. It means integrated territorial instruments, ITI, and CLLD, community-led local development. So we give the subsidiarity down, and I think this is crucial. Why? We are number one in the European Union in using those instruments. First reason is that we learned leader from Ireland and Finland. We had the best teachers like Maura Walsh and Jack Roach and Petri Rinne. And going to Duhallow, I must say, Your Excellency Minister, you have such a huge asset in the local action groups here that you might not use it fully. And if I was a minister, I would use them like more for the activities. A little bit of lobbying for Lux in Ireland. And secondly, we have 6,250 local governments in the Czech Republic. And when I read some reports from OECD, not from this part, but from the economic part, but we were talking with Lamia about it in the morning, we read it that it's not effective, but to pay 100 million euros a year for having such a great level of local democracy, which is a problem in Scotland, in Poland, in Germany. It's nothing to pay for that. And then we could have my secretary at the ministry, he's the youngest mayor in the Czech Republic. He's 24, already being a mayor for 2 years. And we have a lot of young mayors. We have a lot of women in the local politics. So it's also for the engagement. So it's, we call it family gold, I call it, of the Czech Republic. On the other hand, we need to cooperate, of course, to deliver the services, etc. That's why local action groups and micro-regions are natural platforms which are bottom-up. It's not merging of municipalities, but it's bottom-up voluntary cooperation. So that's the reason why those instruments are so used. We have also just transition regions, coal regions where the industry is changing, that also the pride is changing from the industry to IT and new technologies, and we are also fully using this instrument in 3 regions. And cross-border cooperations, we don't have sea, so for us fishing is not that important, but cross-border cooperations, being in the middle of Europe, is crucial. And with COVID, closing the borders, people commuting to work, health services, fire brigades, so this is another important. So this is another aspect of the place-based approach. And finally, to fulfill all those challenges, we are just now establishing from the 1st of January Governmental Committee for Regional Policy, which will be led by the Prime Minister on the highest level, then by our minister or me on the level of the working level. We will meet every month. So every month there will be this committee coming, and we will deal with things like territorial impact assessment, rule proofing. We will deal with the resources, grants, because we really want to support the most vulnerable regions. I remember the times when my mom was the mayor. She always said, okay, I have to take a bottle of slivovice and 1 kilo of traditional sausages. I go to Prague, to the ministry, and I will persuade them to get the money, for the grants. But in this moment, we have data, we have statistics, and we want really evidence-based policy, and we want to build on this data. So no slivovice, although I love slivovice, so will help. And we want the objective criteria. So this is really the approach to the regional policy and place-based policies we do have in the Czech Republic. And I hope that it will help, because we cannot leave the scissors to still open between Prague is one of the best, most developed regions of the European Union, I think number 6 or 8, And we have also the worst regions, so we need to be to work with cohesion and to really put the scissors back. And I think this is the only approach to use the place-based approach.
Yeah, actually, I agree. You need to do that. It's about, it's about local level. It's about all the local players. It's about people-centered. It shouldn't be about, sometimes you get empire building within the local, within the area itself. It shouldn't be about that. It should be about collaboration. It should be about working together, because we have plenty of work to do. We're not short of of loads of things that need to be done in rural areas. So I think you really do get the best approach when you have everybody working and pulling together. And I've seen that, and you get great results. Now I'm just going to move on. Tatiana, please.
I'm joining in all the countries that were actually presenting the bottom-up and the leader and local action groups' importance for that. What I would like to add here is that this co-production in the place-based, it's important that it's participatory from the analysis on, because if we just stay in the definition and analyzing the problems and challenges and not looking into the assets, we are missing already half of the story. And I want to bring the assets into this place, and I think that the local people are the best ones to tell us about that, because if you're sitting in Ljubljana, you don't know what's happening in Murska Sobota, for example, where I come from. And this part, I think it's also important in this co-production of the strategies, and then in the end in the projects that are put forward by the communities. And as I mentioned about the transfer of know-how, knowledge, and connecting similar, I would say, regions, identifying common issues, that's also important in Slovenia in terms of capacity building. As a small country, you just have limits with the capacity. So having a small local action groups, there are 37 across all the Slovenia, so the whole territory is covered. But then we are looking also where we can connect the kind of regions that have the same objective, the same challenges or similar, but they might have very different assets and also approaches, and they can learn from each other. So that's the added value. And then in the regional development framework, that's under the Ministry of Economy and the Cohesion Minister. Also, beside the economic aspect, the social and environmental are coming up. So often we are then looking into cooperation activities, and I think also that is still too less explored mechanisms that we can all use and benefit from it.
Okay, thanks for that, Tatiana. You're absolutely right there. And I'm just going to, I know the clock is against us here, so Deichol, is there anything you'd like to add to that? Or?
Yeah, can you hear my voice? Yeah,
yes.
Okay. Yeah. No, thank you. No, thank you. I dropped this.
Try to be helpful.
To help rural communities grow, we introduced a new set of spatial policies that aim to build regional hubs. And these policies are pursued under different strategies by types of rural regions, from large local cities and to underdeveloped areas. The first is the larger cities will be developed into mega cities where businesses had lead innovative growth and create quality jobs. The cities will have multi-purpose complexes, combining industry, housing, and culture. Local businesses and universities will receive such support. For example, working with local universities, our government are turning the idle site in university premises into campus innovation parks for high-tech industries. Diverse startup sport programs are also incorporated in the campus innovation parks. For small and medium-sized cities, we are focusing on identifying and developing each of their unique strengths and charms. So we plan to create and renew industrial complexes to stimulate growth of local industries, and also enhance reliability of the cities. For example, I will introduce, by using ICT technology, we will advance the transport and logistics system and create a smart green industrial complex that achieves carbon neutrality. Last, for underdeveloped areas, we aim to narrow the gap in culture, housing, and transport so that the quality of life would improve. By doing so, we hope to attract more people to live in rural areas. We will create local hubs integrated with residential areas so that the residents can have access to jobs and necessary infrastructure for daily activities. We already have such experience of creating housing platform in Hamyang. It is a very little city in the southern part of the Korea. In cooperation with Soha Elementary School, the number of the school students successfully increased from 10 to 38. The parents who wish to send their kids to the Soha Elementary School were provided with public rental housing and jobs. Through this platform, community infrastructure like children's libraries and the shared kitchen were also built, which helped the newly moved families settle into the region. By creating the life hubs in rural areas, we hope to attract more people, which in turn would contribute to improving regional infrastructure. So we want to create a virtuous cycle. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for that. And you know, you're right. Access to housing is so important, as you said, for quality of life, and it's always a challenge. And I know we're all working on it, and you're trying to increase the supply all the time. But particularly in rural areas, it does present challenges, and we need to do it in a way that's sustainable as well. Now, I'm going to move quickly to Roberto and then on to Aisha for some final comments, and then we'll hand back to Andrew.
Very quick, I don't wanna take too long. I know I'm gonna start with an obvious concept. To be able to adapt the policies, we have to know the situation. That's why European Union is improving the knowledge and the data, setting up a rural observatory that will be ready to, let's say, have a look to the data within the end of this year. This is quite important because we can establish which is the degree of urbanization / ruralization. I don't know if it's a neologism or whatever. And but the main objective, the main goal that we are trying to disseminate within our body of decision is to diffuse the idea to think rural among the people that are working into the European Commission. Every single filiera, every single topic could be evaluated or seen in different way, on an eye of rural, on an eye of urban. So in this way, we can be able to better define, better fine-tune what are all the actions, all the initiatives, all the, let's say, legislative proposals, communication, whatever, that is coming out from the Commission with a clear eye coming from the vision of the rural area. And to do this, we have to put together all the funds. We have to put together the funds, and we have to find a result, not a single some, but an exponential result. That's what we are trying to do.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, well, we wish you well in your work there, and I think again, I think that rural areas can support urban areas, and vice versa. Urban can help to regenerate rural, and it's how we stop that awful urban-rural divide. Yeah.
Rural is also a state of mind, and is something that you have to try to explain sometimes to your colleague, to your neighbor of office. So you have to prepare also the discussion, not just bring on a table something without any moral suasion or preparation.
Yeah, I think there's more that unites us than divides us at the end of the day.
It's the role of policy.
Yeah.
Politics.
Aisha, I'll finish off with you, please.
I'll be very quick. So certainly when we're talking about designing and implementing policy, there's no one-size-fits-all solution, and good data is critical for evidence-based decision-making. So we know that some regions of Canada have more rural communities than others. Statistics Canada has created an online portal to capture the growing field of data, analyses, and tools focused on the vibrant and diverse communities and regions of Canada. So that's the data element. The other critical piece that a number of us have mentioned is the perspective that you get when you speak to rural Canadians. Oftentimes we hear that it's just one change that can unlock the potential of a rural community. And a quick example, building the Inuvik-Tuktoyaktuk Highway in the Northwest Territories helped alleviate so many challenges for that local community. Tuktoyaktuk is now benefiting from tourism opportunities and reduced transportation costs for goods and services. And then lastly, to the point about diffusing rural, in 2019, the government established the Centre for Rural Economic Development to help advance Canada's priorities in the rural context. And the centre is importantly working with other government departments across the federal family to help implement a rural lens to policy and program development so that we can ensure that rural perspectives are being brought to bear on policy and program development, not only at the design phase, but also at the implementation phase where we have consideration, perhaps different needs around capacity, pathfinding services, and the like. Thanks.
Yeah, and that's so important that decisions are absolutely rural-proofed. I just want to thank everybody. I think this has been a very useful conversation, and thank you for sharing your ideas and what's happening in each one of your countries. So I'm going to call on Andrew to come back now, and I think he's going to show us a video. So thank you very much, and thank you to the audience.
Sincere thanks again to the distinguished panellists for a really rich and interesting discussion. As Minister Humphries mentioned, we also now have a video message from the Minister for Economic and Regional Development, Tourism, Small Business and Forestry from New Zealand, Minister Stuart Nash. So I'd ask the video to be played, please.
Greetings to you all from New Zealand. My name is Stuart Nash, and I'm New Zealand's Minister for Economic and Regional Development. And I'm honoured to be given the opportunity to speak at the 13th OECD Rural Development Conference. Thank you to Ireland, and thank you to the OECD for hosting this important event. While unfortunately I'm unable to travel to Ireland to participate physically in the conference today, I strongly support the theme of this conference to build sustainable, resilient and thriving rural places. The discussions you have here today will be beneficial to building and uplifting rural communities throughout the OECD and will enrich the wider OECD policy dialogue on rural development. Now, New Zealand as a country has a strong rural identity. Since the 1970s, around 16.3% of New Zealanders have lived in rural areas. The primary industries are a major contributor to the New Zealand economy, employing directly or indirectly about 20% of New Zealanders. Food and fibre exports earned $52.2 billion in export revenue last year, as international markets continue to demand our products, even in the middle of the worst of the global pandemic. We understand regional economic development is important for improving economic prospects and living standards by delivering local approaches tailored to the particular needs of rural areas that have historically received limited investment. Of particular importance are those rural areas struggling due to technological change, urban migration, or limited access to facilities, services, and capital. Rural areas have been hit hard by COVID-19, so investment provides safeguards for those who have lost their jobs. Our vision is for our rural and regional economies and communities to be stable and attractive places to live, work long-term, and to bring up a family. I'd like to take this opportunity to share with you all the work accomplished by New Zealand's Regional Economic Organisation, set up in 2018. As investment into regional New Zealand by government has been limited for a number of decades, the government established Kanoa, which is our Regional Economic Development and Investment Unit. The aim is to address underinvestment, boost productivity in regional New Zealand, and lift economic well-being outcomes. This is achieved by partnering with regional groups including communities, Maori, industry, and local government to provide capital that has not been able to be easily sourced through traditional financial institutions. The success of this strategy has been exciting. Regions have seized the opportunity to get investment and support they need to build their local economies. Long overdue infrastructure is being built, new ventures launched, businesses encouraged and supported, and people trained. Projects are funded through a mix of grants, debt, and equity, and are generally funded up to 50%, with the remainder expected to come from the applicants. More than $4 billion worth of projects have been approved. To date, more than $2.5 billion of that has already been paid into our regional economies. Around 17,700 jobs have been created as of June this year, and more than 700 projects have been completed. Forging and growing partnerships between community leaders and government is important to the overall success of Kanoa. Regional economic development partnership groups have been set up in each region. These groups comprise local government representatives, Māori leaders, and local industry who determine regional economic development priorities for their region and where the funding proposals align with those priorities. We understand the importance of giving a voice to those who live and work in that region and who understand what is needed in their community. An example of a project that has a major impact on the community is a $112 million harbour and marine development in Oecd. Oecd is a scenic but isolated town with a population of around 9,000 in New Zealand's North Island. The township has suffered economic and population decline for many years. A redevelopment of the harbour had been needed for a long time to make it economically viable, but the town lacked the funds for the project. Now, a range of investments were made into the town, including wharf, marina, mussel processing factory. Funding was also used to renovate the town's facilities by upgrading the central business district and council buildings, building a new library, and developing footpaths and cycleways. The interrelated series of investments we made enabled significant aquaculture initiatives in the region and has been a catalyst for private investment in marine-related industries and a residential development. More than 200 jobs are expected to be created through this investment, which has brought people back to the town and revived the local community. Investment by Kanoa has provided significant benefits to underperforming areas. Gisborne, a region with historically poor economic outcomes, for example, received more than $250 million worth of investment, which created an additional 1,500 jobs. Gisborne's annual GDP contribution is now outperforming the national average. Kanoa worked to support New Zealand workers during the pandemic and through the COVID-19 Worker Redeployment Initiative, which created immediate short-term employment opportunities for displaced workers while also supporting regional assets. The program placed workers in employment opportunities aimed at improving the country's assets, including road repairs, conservation activities, and construction work. Additionally, through the government's Infrastructure Reference Group program, the government allocated at least $600 million to regional shovel-ready projects with immediate economic benefits. This included up to $100 million for waterway fencing, $60 million for road and rail investments, and up to $17 million for upgrades of marae, town hall, Pacifica churches, and war memorials. The funding created hundreds of jobs throughout the country. A priority for 2022 is to deliver the Regional Strategic Partnership Fund, which will see another $200 million invested into regional New Zealand. The fund is focused on projects that each region identifies as a priority, not just what the government thinks should be funded. Projects will support the government goal of creating more productive, resilient, inclusive, sustainable, and Māori-enabling regional economies. Regionally, Kanoa is making a difference to how central government interacts with provincial and rural communities. Since its establishment in 2018, Kanoa has built deep and meaningful relationships with regional businesses, local government, and Indigenous Māori. Its regional economic leadership and presence is helping it guide other government agencies which have limited resources outside central cities. An independent evaluation in 2022 recognised that investments in rural areas generated optimism about the future of their communities. Funded training programs were found to be effective in breaking intergenerational unemployment. Partnership and collaboration were recognised as the key to success by government working together with communities. Thank you for having me here today to discuss the regional economic development initiatives of my government and the work of Kanoa. I hope this example of regional partnership and investment assists conference attendees in their conversations and member states with building their own rural development policies. I wish you all the best for the remainder of the conference, and I look forward to hearing about the outcomes of your discussions into the future opportunities and challenges for rural development. Kia ora, kia koutou. Thank you very much for listening.
And thank you to Minister Nash for that recorded message. We have run a little bit over, but I hope you'll agree with me that it was worthwhile because it was such a rich discussion. We will break now for 15 minutes, and I'd just remind everybody that the parallel sessions will then resume at 4 o'clock sharp. In here, we will have the session Beyond Recovery, Remote Work and Opportunities for Rural Communities. In the Woodford suite, we will have the Rural Agenda for Climate Action, Leveraging Climate and Circular Bioeconomy Opportunities in Rural Areas. And in the Earn suite, we will have Strategies to Empower, Attract and Keep Youth in Rural Areas. But before all that, will you please join me once more in thanking sincerely our distinguished panel for a most interesting discussion. I'd now invite the ministers and distinguished guests to follow my colleague to depart left. Thank you.
Hello. We're going to make a start now. We're running a bit late in the programme, so we don't want to lose any more time, if we can help it. Conscious that some people may still be coming into the room, but we'll have a go. Just to introduce myself, I'm Tim Goodship. I'm from the Department for the Environment, Food and Rural Affairs in the United Kingdom, and I'm the United Kingdom's delegate to the Rural Working Group. This session is on remote work and opportunities for rural communities. COVID-19, as we all know, has led to more people working from home, and in the UK, people have also wanted to move out of tightly populated urban areas to rural areas where there's more outdoor space. Digital working offers opportunities both to rural communities and to rural economies, as Minister Humphries has just outlined. Could perhaps be a way of helping address some of the risks and challenges of depopulation, but there are also present some challenges, and we want to explore both of those in this session. I'm not going to say much by way of introduction. We've got 5 speakers who will, for around 8 to 10 minutes, give a short presentation, and I want to allow as much time as we can for questions at the end. I also don't want to preempt what they're going to say and predict that by doing a lengthy speech at the beginning. Let me just very, very quickly introduce them to you. So closest to me we have Andres Sanabria, who is a policy analyst at the Oecd. Next to him we have Hilkka Fianen, who's a political scientist and professor of rural policy in the Natural Resources Institute in Finland. We then have Dore Feino, who's executive director of the Hannah Learning Centre in Canada. Next to Dore is August Bergassen, who's a social researcher at Norregio. And finally, we have Thomas O'Shearkaln, who is the chief executive of the Western Development Commission here in Ireland. As I say, there'll be an opportunity for interventions. We want to have a bit of input from the floor towards the end. So we'll try and run things quite quickly through that. So let me just introduce our first speaker, who is Andres Sanabria. Andres specializes in rural development, policy and resources extractive economies. He leads the Mining Regions and Cities Initiative in the OECD, and he has coordinated rural country reviews and supported the development of the OECD Rural Policy Framework, and he's going to help set the scene for us today.
Thank you, Tim. So I'm going to try to stay in the 8 minutes. And it's just an introductory presentation just to show some trends backed with data that, as you will see, there are still some uncertainties of the long-term effect of remote working in rural development. Just to start, probably that is important to mention, before COVID hit, we already were undergoing pre-existing regional inequalities. As you see in the graph at your left, we have a gap between rural regions and metropolitan regions that have increased over the years, especially in the last decade after the 2008 crisis. And if you carefully see, the light blue line is remote rural regions. Those are the regions that are still facing an increasing gap in terms of GDP when you compare with metropolitan regions. This has happened in almost all OECD countries. When you compare the gap between the richest region and the poorest before the 2008 crisis and this gap in the last decade, you see that most countries have experienced an increase in regional inequalities. That is important to mention because COVID has, as you mentioned, Tim, has opened the door for new opportunities, but can also accelerate some challenges in some regions and expand these this gap. The first thing is we already, after COVID hit, we already know that in some sort the hybrid model has worked, has passed the test. Different surveys have shown that around 25 countries, 14,000 people interviewed. Most of the people, almost 80%, workers and employees, they see a benefit of working 2-3 days at home. This is true also for productivity. Different papers, Barrero Bloom, they have shown that hybrid model has the opportunity for firms to increase productivity. They estimate 5%. That opened the doors also to flexibility for some workers. Most workers also now, especially when they go to ask for a job, wanted to ask for more flexibility, and some considering moving from the city center to another part. There is another side of the story that is the side that we are seeing lately. Some firms realizing that they need people back at the office, the face-to-face interaction for innovation, for networking, for team building, and some workers also, especially youth, realizing that it's important, the face-to-face for networking and for career advance. As you will see, this is some stylizing facts. This hybrid model, or this experiment, has put some opportunities and traits for people, well-being, working at home, but probably some challenges in terms of who afford the costs of working at home, especially now that we talk about energy prices. For firms, some firms that can reduce and downscale the headquarters and reduce the cost of rent, but some challenges, especially in uptaking the technology, and especially for SMEs. For places that probably is one of the core of this discussion, cities reducing somehow the agglomeration effects, but rural areas can benefit from that. And society in terms of lower pollution from transport. But if you see also, when we work at home, there is decentralized energy consumption, and the question that arises probably is not too efficient, the working at home in terms of environmental effects. Just moving, now we have data that is good. What is the actual remote working uptake across regions? So you have cities, when you compare before and after the pandemic, that they triple the number of people that could really work from home. Already there were pre-existing remote working trends, but when you see the trend in rural areas, the increase is only 70%. So we are going to see there are some compositional effect of the type of activities that we have in rural areas. Not all activities can work remotely. But there is another effect that is the enabling conditions that you have. So we have been discussing about amenities to attract people, but also infrastructure. And here, an important call again about the broadband in rural areas. We mentioned already a gap in broadband and access to broadband. But here I want to present a graph that you are going to see along this conference is speed broadband. So still lacking behind in terms of speed. Before the pandemic, we, along with experts, we developed some 5 scenarios of possible futures of the settlement patterns. Now we see that mostly 3 are the ones that we are likely seeing. The donut effect, that is people moving in big cities to the peripheries. The rise of intermediate cities, that small cities attracting more people. And some large cities in parallel trying to put in strategies to get the people there, so environmental amenities. Some preliminary trends, so quickly go on that. There is still scattered data, so an homogeneous view on comparable data so far is the thing we are working on, but it's not possible to show. But we have data in some countries. So in US, and probably focus on the graph on your right, the important part is when we see the changes in postal address before and after the pandemic, you see that non-metropolitan regions are increasing the net in the net change, the change of postal address. And when you compare with the top metropolitan areas, that is the biggest areas in US, you see that this is still negative, that change in postal. We have similar evidence for Canada, most using intra-provincial migration. When you compare Quebec and Ontario, the city, the metropolitan area, with rural Quebec and rural Ontario, we see an increase in the rural part. We have another way to look at this is with housing prices. Unfortunately, we don't have this data for all type of cities, so we just have the data for large metropolitan cities, more than 1.5 million people. And this is a study that we did at Oecd for Europe, and we see a similar pattern, a donut effect. In the peripheries, the transaction of housing, the prices are increasing more than sometimes 20% than in the center of the city. These are some strategies that we have collected, that some countries have been put in place at the national level, ensuring infrastructure, the teleworking hubs, broadband, some incentives to relocate, especially for nomad workers, some changes in regulation that is important, accepting digital signature, etc. And at the subnational level, we have other type of strategies, in-kind incentive to attract people, like they help to offer co-working spaces, easing relocation, connecting these nomad workers with people that are living there to facilitate the integration. And some regions are using financial support. We see that sometimes in US, a grant of 10K if they move. I'm going to achieve this. So some general, to finish and probably to enable the discussion, some general trends that we have identified. So we do think that remote working can help revitalize rural areas. There is a question mark on the long-term effect of that, and which type of remote worker can do that. Probably it's better families than only nomad workers. That is one discussion that we have seen in papers. And some trends from surveys. Suburbanization in some metropolitan areas, especially middle-aged families. But again, inflow of young people coming back to the center of the cities. Multilocality in some countries, and this term that in Japan they use, work station, that is people traveling, especially the government promoting officials to travel and stay there for work. Net population growth in some intermediate cities. And at the end, the question mark is, which type of rural regions can really benefit from this remote working? What are the assets that they need to have? So for us, the jury is still out to decide these long-term effects. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andres. Some interesting points there, although, as you concluded, there's still a lot of evidence that we need to get. It's still a little bit too soon to be able to draw out the long-term trends, but some interesting points. And I was particularly interested by the movement of actually young people into New York still, and actually whether you see teleworking and remote working as an opportunity for make it more interesting for them to stay somewhere remote in rural areas, but we might pick that up later. Our next speaker is Hilka. She's a political scientist and professor of rural policy in the Natural Resources Institute in Finland. Her main research themes have been rural, regional and agricultural policies nationally and in the EU, and also rural and regional development, particularly measuring the impact of policy programs and instruments. So Hilka, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the introduction, Tom. So now I'll tell about the remote work and multi-local living combination country. First, a couple of words about the pandemic and remote work, and And then I'll go on to this combination, this special flavor to remote working that Finland has. And then I'll finish with some policy implications. Finns were the EU champions of remote working during the pandemic. Almost 4 in 10 employees started teleworking in the EU, and the largest proportion of workers remote working were in Finland. Close to 60% of us were remote working in April 2020. Actually, remote working has been rather common already before the pandemic, but the amount has increased so that it's now about 45% now after the pandemic, this is still fairly high. It is more common among those who work for the state and less common when working for the municipal or private sector. And as in many countries, it's most common in expert and knowledge work. And in addition, it's fairly common also among entrepreneurs. Multi-local living has obviously boosted remote working. Our free time residence barometer survey shows that about half of Finns, of the 5.5 million Finns, live regularly multi-locally in rural areas. We have 600,000 rural dwellings in part-time housing, and we estimate that each of them are used approximately by 4.7 users. We stay at these rural second homes nowadays more than 100 days a year, and in 2016, when we asked the same thing, people said they stayed there 79 days, so it has increased notably. 29% of the free time residence is used for whole year-round living nowadays, and this part of the so-called summer cottages that can be used the whole year round is increasing. The share of people who worked remotely from their free time residence of all workers for whom remote work was possible was 43%. Is it? Yes. Of those who worked remotely from the free time residence, 2/3 were willing to increase remote work in the future from their second homes. So this phenomenon is really likely to be even bigger in the future. If you look at then regionally, where do the people work remotely when they live multi-locally, it seems that the relative change of daily population per municipality has changed so that that in the surroundings of the biggest urban areas, it has increased most clearly. Cities have lost 1.3% of their population, and the rural areas close to the cities have won from 1% to 4%. So in this map, you can see that the remote work, it's there marked with the blue is the increased population. It is mainly in the lake regions and in coastal regions and in archipelago, and to some extent also in the north of Finland. And the areas that have lost population are the red ones, and they are the urban centers. The challenges connected to this remote working is lacking or insufficient high-speed, high-quality internet connections, isolation, lack of community, lack of networks in remote working regions, difficulties in management and supervision of work. We still have negative attitudes towards remote working in many companies and organizations. And then the issue of sustainability has also been raised, especially as to economy. So what can be done with policy? If we think about the state level, the state can take a front-runner role, and that is actually what the Finnish government has now done. Our government has given a government resolution to promote multi-local working, education and living. And the state has now announced job vacancies without fixed location. And that's how they want to show other employers that this is possible and should be done. In addition, there is a national hub network project in the country. There are initiatives to renounce the principle of single locality, so to make it easier for people to live in two places. There have been some suggestions as to double community residence, which share taxes and rights to participate, but this will be a little bit difficult to organize because it would require changes in the constitution, and that is a complex thing. But it is possible to promote this multi-locality also with some lighter measures, like with taking into account this multi-locality in central government transfers to local governance, to local government, and also voluntary donations like in Japan. It's also possible to, it would be possible to favor, not to favor so much commuting as we are doing now, instead give tax deduction for the cost of a study room at home. We should collect more data, update statistic designs. That is something that the state is already decided to do more, make remote work more visible and recognized, and then assess the impact of remote working on sustainability, productivity and well-being. Local and regional authorities, they could include more working and multi-local living in regional and municipal strategies, and even have special strategies for it, assist building remote work infrastructure, so digital hubs and multi-local centers, or multi-service centers and hubs. There should be more flexibility experiments in service provisions. Those are also on the way, so that people could use like kindergarten or healthcare services and primary education even in their second residence. Also, regional and local authorities could promote entrepreneurship in general, both locally and regionally, and employment services to actively cover wider than the expected nearby working areas or functional areas. Local authorities, what is already done, are establishing new platforms and procedures which allow for remote workers participation in local development, make it easier to join local activities, facilitate networking among those who already work remotely, and then take into account sustainability, renovate rather than construct new buildings, more rural houses for rent. That would make it much more fluent and smooth to work remotely, and sharing economy, shared facilities, shared rights, short renting of equipment, for example. The promise of digitization has not been delivered yet. It hasn't delivered the high expectations of improved vitality in rural areas, and remote work and multi-locality could be forms of realizing these expectations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hilke. There's some interesting facts there. I hadn't quite realised the extent of multi-locality living in Finland was quite so high. It was quite a stark thing to notice, and then to see that still the rates of teleworking were increasing in rural areas, but still not meeting your expectations, and some good suggestions there for what might be done to go further. Our next presentation is from Dore Fino, who's the Executive Director of the Hannah Learning Centre in Canada. The centre is recognised as a hub to learning, individual development and community enhancement. Dore herself plays a regional convening role in citizens' engagement, organisational development and community capacity building, and she's going to share her experiences of 3 specific projects that she's been involved in.
Thank you so much for that introduction. Good afternoon. It's an absolute pleasure, and I'm so grateful to be with you here today, meeting you, learning with you, and sharing with you. So, like the slide says, my name is Dre Vino. Home is Hannah, Alberta, Canada. And the reason you are seeing 2 organizations' logos is we are just in the final stages of completing amalgamation, rebranding, and renaming of our organization. Just give you a little bit of a concept of what my role is. So on this slide, I've illustrated population by province, our region that I call home, Harvest Sky, and the town of Hannah. So we will focus today our conversation on the regional lens and town of Hannah. Interesting to note that we have a lot of open space in our region. So over 700 square kilometers with a population of just over 4,000 people. Creating opportunities. So these are the number facts that I just gave you. And for a little bit of humor, at least my colleagues and I think it's a little bit funny. I guess we'll test this out in an international market. So to understand my rule, if you used skip the dishes to order dinner, you're not really rural. Okay, maybe that's not an international one. If you need to drive over 30 kilometers to the next town to purchase gas, you are really rural. When you walk down the street and the first 8 out of 10 folks you meet, you can address them by their first name, you are really rural. And a side note to that, in my home community, probably 4 out of the 10 you're related to. So that's a peek into my role. My colleagues and I think it might be our next TikTok. Creating opportunities. I'm going to share some very effective strategies that we have used to create opportunities in our rural region. Build your team, and don't wait for that perfect time. I'm not sure there is a perfect time. That team needs to be made up of trusting partners from all sectors, creating one ecosystem. Map it out. Literally, write it down. Identify your assets, your gaps, but also the solutions. You need to sell what you have. Tell the world, formally and informally. Often, we're not great at sharing how amazing our rural communities are to work, live, play. Be proud and sell it, but don't be something you're not. You need to connect your assets, build on the strengths. This is an example of our identified assets and strengths. Pickleball is a big deal in Hannah, Alberta, Canada, and our people. Over the last 15 years, we have been so fortunate that our regional partners have focused and invested in quality internet. I do understand that many rural communities in Canada and across the world do not yet have this infrastructure. Governments at all levels need to invest in broadband, policies, and funding. So I'm going to highlight 3 examples of the many projects we are currently working on. First, the Hannah Business Hub. And this is a baby of mine. I'm very thrilled to speak about the Business Hub today. It is a satellite location of Hannah Learning Center, soon to be Lynx. And I could talk about it for hours and hours and hours. There's been so many moving pieces, parts, and partners. But a very high-level snapshot is what I'll present today. Regional businesses needed local support. They needed to be connected with appropriate resources and help navigate through multiple systems. So we built a hub of like organizations, all under one roof. Current anchor tenants include our Rural Economic Development Office, our Chamber of Commerce Office, Community Futures, which we have the opportunity to make referrals to for financial lending, and our Business Hub team, which is comprised of our business concierge, an office manager, and our digital service squad coordinator. The Business Hub also includes infrastructure that so many of our entrepreneurs and businesses were looking for. Individuals and businesses that don't require a storefront, can't afford buying or leasing an entire building, can enter into a short-term or long-term rental agreement with us. The agreements can be by the hour, by the day, by the week, or month to month. For a mini office, co-working space, meeting space, fully equipped with technology, reception, and of course, high-speed internet. It truly is possible to work in a large urban center from our very small rural community. We were slightly ahead of the working from home, remote working, new norm. I'm just going to back up a sec. Here we go. So rural pain points that the Hannah Business Hub has decreased are high costs associated with transportation, fuel, time, connectivity, technology, and people, local supports, not a website link, not a toll-free number, a real live person or persons to walk alongside for business startups, business growth and expansion, all the way to business succession planning. This project continues to inspire me to do better together. The project has not always followed the plan. We have had a few bumps, a few hurdles along the way, like a global pandemic. We had to pivot. I can feel my staff team cringing. She's using that word pivot again. It doesn't matter what word you use, it's the action. Is it a shift? Is it being flexible? Is it adjusting? Is it reverse to move forward? Be mindful of taking the learning from your mistakes and celebrate the successes. Project 2, show local and non-local investors the opportunity. Sheerness Industrial Park.
Situated within easy access of Alberta and Saskatchewan's major cities and transportation hubs, the Sheerness Industrial Park is primed for medium to heavy industry development. Sheerness Industrial Park is ideally situated for emerging industries looking to maximize growth potential with access to more space at a lower cost, close to critical amenities. The industrial park is located within 1 kilometer of Highway 36, a designated heavy haul route, 15 kilometers from Highway 9, a main interprovincial trade corridor, and within 100 kilometers of Highway 1, the Trans-Canada Highway. Sheerness provides strong foundations for growth, including excellent connections for transit and shipping. Access to interprovincial rail, including both CP and CN rail, is within 100 kilometers. Electrical infrastructure includes high-voltage transmission lines, as well as three-phase power distribution on site by 2023.
And our third project, Harvest Sky Region Rebranding and Marketing. Tell the world your community is amazing to live, work, and play. Anytime I have the chance, and every time I have the chance, it is an opportunity. I leave you with this invitation.
A prairie lifestyle that lets you slow down and breathe. Wide open spaces where you can inhale the scent of freshly cut hay. Dotted with beautiful lakes. Surrounded by towering poplars. Here, the vast sky signals endless possibilities. In a place where you reap your unique harvest while living a life you love. Welcome to the Harvest Sky region, where the simplicity of a prairie lifestyle combines with easy access to local urban conveniences and strong connectivity to nearby communities. With ample land and affordable living, there are limitless opportunities to transform your dreams into reality. While still leaving plenty of time to relax with friends and family, or explore the great outdoors. This is a community waiting for people excited to build a family. Or retirement lifestyle, filled with camping, fishing, or hiking. Your neighbors are warm and welcoming, the kind of people who know your name and look out for each other, while offering excellent health care, education, and recreational amenities. The Harvest Sky region has everything urban life delivers, but with the freedom you only experience when all you hear is the wheat field rustling in the breeze.
Thank you very much, Dore. I think we can all agree that was probably the most rural place we're going to hear from this afternoon, by any definition of the word, but it was good to see that in such small communities you were doing such a lot. And I think particularly with the Business Hub, it was good to see how it was addressing some of the problems that Andres identified in terms of networking, challenges of isolation, and trying to do that in a very small rural community. We'll move on to the next speaker. Oecd Bogason is a social researcher with a particular interest in policy and governance of the Nordic countries and Arctic. I'm not sure how much you're going to go into the northern sparsely populated areas and provide us with another insight into sparsity. He's going to talk about some of the specific works he's been doing, looking at teleworking before the pandemic, trends before the pandemic and during the pandemic.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Yeah, so I'm a research fellow at Nordregio, which is a research institute on regional development and planning established by the Nordic Council of Ministers. So I'll be speaking briefly about a research we've been conducting and is ongoing actually, and about the 5 Nordic countries, that is Denmark, Finland, Norway, Sweden and Iceland, along with the 3 autonomous regions of Greenland, Faroe Islands and Åland Islands. My institution mainly works at the Nordic level, but also Arctic and international and EU level, but this will be quite Nordic today. We're based in Stockholm, Sweden, but I'm self Icelandic national. So, in the project we are less interested in remote work per se and more interested in the potentials and potential effects of remote work on cities and regions. So we have a few research questions in this project. The future of remote work, is it here to stay? What are the potentials? And also we look at the policy context. How are the governments reacting and what are the links to policy prior to the pandemic? We also spoke to a lot of representatives from unions and business associations across the Nordics, reviewed surveys and literature from the countries. And by all accounts, the expectation was that even after the pandemic, we will work remotely more than we did before. So remote work is here to stay, but not for everyone. The studies carried out in the countries showed that between half and 2/3 of those working remotely expressed a desire to continue doing so post-pandemic. But importantly, very few of these people wanted to work remotely all of the time, and most favored working from home maybe 2 or 3 days a week. So we also developed this map, and it's important to remember that most people cannot work from home. So this map shows the proportion of jobs in Nordic municipalities that can be done remotely, that is theoretically, 37% roughly, and the map here, the darker the blue, the higher proportion can work from home. So as we see, this is quite an urban issue. And the second research question is to look at the potential effects. We're all pretty aware that the long-term implications are far from known, but we tried to look at spatial trends that can be identified at this point, and 3 spatial aspects we thought were interesting in this research is what we call mobility, understood here as daily commuting, migration, that is permanent change in address, and then multilocality, which we've already heard about, where people may split their time between multiple locations. And looking at changing mobility patterns, it shows that daily commuting is not to the same level as it was pre-pandemic. The green line at the top is the baseline, and this is the first 4 months of the year. As we see, it's gradually getting closer to the green line, but we haven't got to the daily commuting levels as pre-pandemic. This is showing 4 of the 5 Nordic countries. A big question from the beginning of the pandemic was also, will remote work create new opportunities for rural regions? And if people can work from wherever they choose to, where will they go? So we look at internal net migration, people changing address within the same country. And to understand this in a context of what happened before, we looked a few years before the pandemic as well to see if there was something new or an ongoing trend. And this map is not easily understandable, and I could spend the remainder of my time explaining it to you, but I'm just going to tell you now that blue and green mean municipalities experiencing in-migration, and the red, orange, and yellow different levels of municipalities experiencing out-migration. So the large circles on the capital areas and the large cities in Sweden surrounded by the dark blue ones. So we see an intensified trend of out-migration from the largest cities and accelerated growth in the areas surrounding those cities. The same happens in Oslo and Copenhagen, the same in Iceland, but Helsinki then was particularly interesting. The other capital areas, it was not a new trend, but an intensified trend, but in Helsinki the trend was different than before. It was prior to the pandemic not experiencing out-migration, but in-migration, and now during and after the pandemic this has turned around, and now Helsinki has been experiencing out-migration. The other trend is depopulation slowed or turned down in many municipalities, and a significant amount of these municipalities were rural or remote regions and municipalities. So we have quite a new situation there. However, several municipalities also experienced out-migration, so not nearly all rural municipalities were benefiting. And it's also important to remember that we don't know if this is directly related to remote work or not. And then to supplement the qualitative data, we did some surveys. Because we have limited time, I'm going to go quite quickly through this. Mainly those that answered saw certain challenges, but mainly great potentials in more remote working, and especially those in the more rural regions. I was going to speak also about multi-locality, but since we have limited time and we've heard quite a lot about it, I'm going to do that quite quickly, but show you that one of the trends in the Nordic countries was that during the pandemic, this is simply the sale of second homes in 3 of the countries, Norway, Sweden, and Denmark, which increased significantly as well as did the prices during the pandemic. So lastly, we looked at national policy contexts and responses. We see different policy responses across the Nordics, and they're also linked to different starting points, meaning that the policies already in place before the pandemic played a vital role. So, go back here, Iceland, for example, had the goal of advertising 10% of all new recruitments into state jobs without permanent placement by 2024. And this was a regional policy priority before the pandemic, but then gained quite a lot of momentum. Before it was ambitious, but now more achievable. And now, during the pandemic, they've set the goal to shift the thought around. Now a manager at a state institution must have a good justification for why a job needs to be in a specific place. And if he can have that justification, the job shall be advertised without a particular placement. And this is with the motivation that everyone should have the right to access a state job, no matter where they live. So when I will return to Iceland from Stockholm and apply for a state job, and then hopefully get it, I can choose to work from home or choose any of the locations here on the map. It's quite interesting from a rural perspective because then I won't have to live in the capital Reykjavik. I can choose almost any place I want and still have an office to go to and communicate with people, even though that I would maybe be working for one state institution, some other person could be working for a totally different state institution or even a municipality or a ministry. So remote work was on the agenda pre-pandemic in Finland, as we heard about earlier. And I'm not going to spend too much time on this since we have limited time, but they're very well advanced in this multi-locality discussion, and it was high on the agenda even before the pandemic. So I'm going to jump over to Norway, Sweden, and Denmark. The Norwegians also have an extensive history with this second home discussion. But in Sweden and Denmark and Norway as well, there are less obvious connections between the rural policies and remote work. However, there are strong foundations for remote work. High digital maturity of the nation, digital infrastructure is quite advanced in many places of the country, and also social trust and trust between employees and employers. So, but rural development plans prioritize in these countries regional and local competitiveness, but in many of the countries as well, the rural development policies are bottom-up processes, so maybe things are already happening more at the local and regional level, they just haven't made it to the national level yet. So just at the end, quickly, some key takeaways. Have found some significant findings to our 3 research questions. Increased remote work is here to stay, but we don't know in what capacity, and important to remember that it's not for everyone. Migration, mobility, and multilocality underwent changes, but it's unclear to what extent, and if these are new trends or effects of the pandemic. And the countries all had similar experiences during the pandemic. However, there's quite a lot of variety into how they have since dealt with it policy-wise. But remote work is therefore a continued reality in some form, and to what extent we'll see in the coming years. But we also know that this will bring about opportunities for rural regions, because we experienced great expectations reported during the interview phase of this project, which is still ongoing, I might add. So there's much more to come from it. So I encourage you to visit our website, nordregio.org, where you can also register for the Nordregio Forum, which will take place in Hamar, Norway at the end of November, if you want to hear more about this. But for now, I'll just say thank you.
Thank you very much, August. There was some clear commonality between some of the points you raised there and Andres at the beginning, in terms of higher rates of remote working initially in urban areas, but some internal migration to rural areas. I'm particularly interested by the way that the multi-locality helped on the challenge of depopulation as well, and how it actually is positive, it's seen in a positive there. In the UK, where we have the opposite problem, actually not depopulation in many of our rural areas, sometimes it's seen as a bit of a threat. So it's interesting to see the way that it's taken forward in different countries. Our final speaker is Thomas O'Sheacon, who is the Chief Executive of the Western Development Commission, the state agency here in Ireland tasked with fostering and promoting the economic and social development of the Western region and the famous Atlantic coast. And he's going to, I think, talk about the remote working hubs that Minister Humphries spoke about a bit earlier in the conference.
Thank you, Tim. Good afternoon. This is a story about a policy response to something that emerged organically, and most interestingly, before the pandemic. And then, like many things during the course of the pandemic, changed significantly, which has left us with both challenges and opportunities. So, firstly, about the Western Development Commission. As you can see on the map, the white area along Ireland's Atlantic coast is the Western region. Prior to hearing from colleagues in Canada, I was going to highlight that we have 40% of the landmass and only 20% of the people. Somehow that doesn't really quite seem to cut it, given the other conversations we've had. But from our point of view, there is a significant regional challenge to ensuring that we can provide services and make life sustainable in those regions. Broadly, from the point of view of our organisation, in the short term, our focus is on raising the profile of the region. In the medium term, it's very much focused on changing the narrative about what can be done in the region to ensure that we can be the birthplace of innovation and changing the way things happen. And then in the long term, that's supported through the work of our investment fund, through equity investment and community lending. But one of the projects that has taken much of our time recently has been what's called connected hubs. Growing out of a pilot some 3 years ago, like I mentioned, pre-pandemic, where buildings and spaces that to some were both community-based, were public spaces, and were private spaces, all emerged over the period of a number of years. And some work done by the policy team within our organisation had identified that there is a cyclical correlation. So when the demand for workers was high, remote work, telework, or e-work as it was known, tended to increase pre-pandemic. So what we identified were the needs of this group of people. Working with the Department of Rural Community Development, our colleagues there, and our hosts here today, we set up what was called connectedhubs.ie, effectively a digital platform to bring all these hubs, and perhaps most importantly, all these hub managers, the community of hub managers together. If anything, that community of hub managers that comes together every second week, sometimes up to 100 out of the 400 hubs across the country, has been a dynamic force for change. And as many of you will appreciate, in terms of the rollout of national policy, very often having a group that step forward and put their hand up and are eager to try new things or adopt new ways of doing things can be difficult to find, and we believe that we have found these. So we have a number of ongoing projects that I'll touch on and I'm happy to discuss later. But overall, there has been an investment of in or around €100 million from the department. Now, not all within the hubs, but very often the hubs form an ancillary part or an element of that investment. This is the dashboard for the hub network. And in that map, you can see in the middle, those purple dots identify the hubs that are on our system across the board that have been mapped. So there are two numbers to think of. We have mapped on paper over 400 hubs. And then within that, we have in or around 280 that we have migrated to the digital platform. That's not without challenges, because again, as many of you will appreciate, this is bringing people who have differing degrees of capacity for digitalization or moving onto a digital platform, basic things like getting them to set up their bank account, their online bank account. Once we can get over those hurdles, getting them to tell their story through digital marketing and creating the narrative and positive images online, then we can allow them to be accessed by anyone around the globe to book an hour, to book a day, or book a week, or perhaps book a longer term space in any of these hubs, whether that's for remote working, and then allowing the other ancillary activities to kick in. So the occupancy at the moment, based on the projections that we have, run at around 75%. And that's something that's really, really important from our point of view in terms of the impact of public spending, but also to ensure the viability of these, and that's something I'll return to. So this is a snapshot of the internal activity of the National Hub Network, and I'll come to later what some of the external impacts are. This is Aoife O'Connor, that lady that's pictured there, and she moved from the capital, which is Dublin, to perhaps one of the most remote working hubs in Ireland, which is called the GTEC at Bailiwirds, which is in the Irish-speaking area, the Gaelic-speaking area, the Gaeltacht, in North and West Mayo. She moved during the pandemic, and effectively, like many others, was forced to move, but realised in doing so that there was an opportunity to recruit people on the ground, to address some of the challenges that she as a manager in a survey company had, and has now grown to over 40 jobs in this one area of significant adversity in terms of job creation, and which would have a long history of immigration. That's a very, very positive story, and what it highlights is some of the work done by the policy team, and my colleague Deirdre Frost, that has done a lot of this work, joins us here today, in looking at the change in the sectoral and skill capacity of those that begin to take up work in these hubs. Many of the others that are here on the panel have spoken about the reality of that there are only a certain number of jobs that can be done remotely, but where those jobs can be done remotely, they tend to bring new people into rural and remote areas, and very often bring a completely different skill set at a different age cohort with different familial needs that are of huge value to these communities that are developing. It also reflects then the broader talent pool across the board that companies that work in these areas can access. And from our point of view as a regional development agency, probably the single biggest challenge is not only can I get this job in a rural or remote area, but can I get the next job and can I build a career? Just briefly to touch on the alignment with national policy in terms of remote work. We've spoken about the infrastructure, the development of the network around the hubs, but this was very much part of the work that fed into the development of a national remote working policy. Over the last 3 years, we've developed the National Remote Working Survey, a snapshot over time at the outset of the pandemic and at various stages to map the reaction and the public engagement and take-up of remote work. What's working, what's not working. It continues to show a very, very significant number of people are in favour of remote work. It also shows from our point of view that just under 10%, and what's interesting is that over the course of the 3 years, these numbers have largely stayed the same, indicate that they have already moved from urban to rural areas, predominantly to the west coast, but also it shows that there are up to a quarter who would seek to move. And that is interesting in that it's something that could be sustainable rather than wholesale movement. From our point of view, I spoke about the internal dashboard and the metrics that we are seeking to identify. The area we're now moving into, that we have passed the pandemic or the immediate challenges of the pandemic and are able to establish baselines, is what are the external impacts? So the economic impact. A relatively selective piece of work that was done looked at the impact of a number of digital hubs around the country and showed that that could have created in each county around 200 jobs at an average salary of €50,000. It could create countrywide an impact of €312 million. But that's a very focused economic impact study, and it's something that we seek to now broaden out around the country to bring that internal dashboard that we have and we believe can offer a huge amount of information in real time around sectoral employment and the economic impact in rural and remote areas externally and across the country. We're looking at the new environment and to find out how many hubs, if we have 400, is that too many? Is that enough? If some of them fail, how can we manage that? Should they be allowed to fail? And what are the environmental impacts? Is this necessarily a good thing? Is it of benefit if somebody works remotely but makes 2 or 3 long journeys to compensate for the fact that they're no longer at the head office? How do you balance those challenging priorities? And as we move into the area of sustainability, we're beginning to focus on corporates to ensure that we're in a position to find a path to sustainability. So briefly to touch on these, on perhaps the most exciting element of the work that we're looking at. Our commercial partnerships. We featured on the Zoom global blog at one point last year when we had agreed with Zoom the offer of reduced cost services to all of the hubs in our network, creating a value add, a proposition for all the hub users and the hub managers. An innovation partnership with Cisco, the global networking giant, who, as the Minister Humphries referred to earlier on, has joined us in a number of projects, most interestingly in the development of an e-health digital hub on Clare Island, an island off the west coast, where now some of the medical needs of the community are met remotely. And then in terms of regional development, going back to that idea that anecdotally we've been told this is a good thing. More regional and rural clubs and societies and community ventures have new people coming in. They're creating a dynamic change, a shift. But that isn't clearly reflected in much of the data we have. So we're engaged in a project with Microsoft and a Microsoft reseller called Cloud Assist to begin to measure that impact, to see if we can tie that with the ESG budgets of some of these companies, where they acknowledge that their workers are spending more time in giving back to the community, and is that something that they place a value on as a broader societal impact. That is our story, and I want to say thank you very much. Gur míle maith.
Thank you very much, Thomas. We have a little bit of time left for some questions and answers from the panel, or some observations. So if anybody wants to ask a question, can they please make their way to the microphone that's in the centre there, and we'll see whether we can take those. If you can say where you're from and who, it will be very helpful to the panel as well. So the first question.
Hi, I'm Deanne Bernard. I'm from Canada, the Rural Development Network. So I'm happy to see Dory because she lives about 300 kilometers from me. So of course we know each other because that makes you neighbors in Alberta. But my question is actually for Hilka. So the urban migration from urban to rural because of COVID in Canada has really impacted the housing prices. So in sometimes doubling or tripling them for the rural communities. And affordable housing was already an issue in small communities, at least in some of them. So I'm just wondering how multi-local living is impacting housing prices in Finland, and are you concerned that it will make housing unattainable for lower income workers and youth and people like that?
Thank you.
Okay, perhaps if Gus wants to come in from his perspective. Okay.
Should I
yes, just
answer immediately? Okay. Yes. This is a very relevant aspect as to the phenomenon. It has affected, at least temporarily, the prices of housing. It shows especially in the price of second houses. So, and these summer cottages and such in locations in the Lake District and in the archipelago and the coastal area. But it hasn't affected to such extent the normal housing. So the population flows have not been that big, and actually, again, just recently during the last months, the prices of the second houses have also now decreased. So, well, it may be because of the situation in world economy at the moment. So people are the interests have increased, and people are more cautious as what they would do. But actually there is this issue of social equality connected to multilocality. It's not so much among people who have lived in Finland for a longer time, because many people have connections to the countryside, and there is so much space in Finland, so that and also many houses in the countryside which are not in active use at the moment. So actually there are houses where to go, but it's mainly a problem for people who have more recently moved to Finland. So we noticed that among the second home owners, there are very few people who have immigrant background, for example. And there are more and more people who live in urban areas who have never had any access to such housing. And we have now noticed the problem, and what has been now initiated is that in municipalities, in local areas, we would make it more easy for people to rent places instead of having to buy them, because that is very often the threshold then. And also to make known the empty places there. So we need to mobilize the houses that are already there, and to tell people who would be interested in going and living multi-locally that there is space and there are places to go.
August, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, I could just add to this from not just a Finnish perspective, but from a more Nordic perspective, that when we're talking second houses like this, it's like in Finland that we're talking about houses that are not equipped as year-round residents, and in some places you're not even allowed to register as permanently living in these houses, so mainly cottages and summer houses and so on. So the effects on the housing market, I don't think there are any on the regular housing market. What I was going to add also is that Nordregio research conducted prior to the pandemic showed that the average for access to second homes in the Nordic countries is roughly 50%. So that doesn't mean that half the population owns a second home, but they also have access through close friends or close family members. But it's also something interesting to look in, as mentioned, from a social and economic perspective, because of course people with more income tend to have these houses, but also traditionally people get them in heritage and so on. But quite a lot of people have access, but then again half doesn't have access, and as you mentioned, a lot of them are empty more or less larger proportion of the year. So mobilizing these houses and getting them into more use would be the right thing to do.
If anybody has any further questions, if they can just make their way to the, please.
Sorry, my name is Jim McColgan. I'm a chair of a rural development organisation, which is a company limited guarantee in Derry, very close to Donegal border. We've been going since 1994. Very interested in your presentation, Thomas, so the question is really to yourself here. I can understand the sustainability of these hubs in terms of the services they provide. We have contracts with DERA, which is the Department of Agriculture, and our local council. We have rural councillors on our board on a regular basis. Every 4 years they change depending on the council's reappointments. But the one thing is a lot of groups in the rural area sometimes depend on funding to sustain themselves. Now, when you move into an area providing services and contracts like ourselves, that's fine. But having said that, if you set up a hub and you have a cost associated with it and you charge for those services in terms of rental space and so forth, beyond that, what's the sustainability factors that you use to maintain the operation? Because I'm sure there's more costs over and above, like staff and obviously the provision, or do you depend purely on delivering programs for government? And the final question on that is, what is the links then with Europe in terms of attracting European funding?
Okay, so maybe if we break that down into a couple of areas. So first of all, the sustainability is a key question. And I think for all of these rural and remote working hubs, they're new to areas where traditionally there would be a significant dependence on government funding or public funding. So in our experience, what we're doing is we're starting the ball rolling. So in terms of providing some of the facilities, that's government funded. The provision of the platform is government funded. Going back to the earlier question I had about whether some or others or all of these are needed or will survive, I think in one sense we're creating the opportunity for each hub to make its own way. Now traditionally, and Enterprise Ireland, who's a sister agency, would have looked at this question and found that for hubs to be commercially sustainable, they need to have a floor space which is quite significant, of something like 10,000 square feet. So that's not usually an option for smaller rural hubs. So I think we would see a marked difference between those that are based in urban areas, even in regional urban areas. They can usually move close to sustainability by co-working space by engaging in businesses in particular. And that's an area that we've now focused on to get big corporates to ensure that they can allow their employees to work remotely. For more rural and remote areas, I think public funding has to be an element. So I think one of the two of the areas that we're looking at is there is a huge challenge all across Europe and across the globe in terms of the transition to digitalization. As I mentioned earlier, governments very often find it difficult to engage with these communities and reach out. Also with the transition to a low carbon economy. When you bring both of those together and you have people on the ground through these hub managers that can engage with public services and make them work, I think that's very attractive for governments. What we need to do is find that sweet spot between ensuring that these rural and remote working hubs do enough other than just providing space or entrepreneurial supports to ensure that they can make each hub sustainable. But I think very often, and I think that points to the Canadian experience, these hubs are so much more than just about co-working space or entrepreneurial supports. They effectively are a touch point for everything in the community. So where they become a focal point in the community, I think we very much have to work with those. So the final point, Tim, I'd make is that's where I think both the internal dashboard within the network, and we have classified all the different types of hubs, where we can identify the core activity, where we can identify what sectors they are most effective in or most drawn to, then we can begin to identify how best to support them and make them sustainable in the long term.
Thank you very much. I think we're unfortunately now timed out for this session. If you've got anything you want to discuss or ask the presenters, I'm sure they'll be around and they'll be very happy to engage you in discussion. I've got quite a few questions myself that I'm going to be picking up with them. So I just want to end by, if we can all just thank all the presenters for their excellent contributions to this and the good examples they've shown us and some of the thoughts that they've provoked in our presentation. So
Okay, everybody, if I can ask you please to take your seats, we will try to get this session underway. So, ladies and gentlemen, you're very welcome back to the plenary. You're probably exhausted after all of the sessions this afternoon, but I think they've been incredibly interesting and rich, and I hope you've enjoyed them as much as we have. Our next session is particularly important for us. As we were developing the rural development policy in Ireland, focused heavily on ensuring that the voices of young people were not just heard, but well reflected and considered as part of developing the policy. And it's very important to us. I know it's also important across the OECD region. So this panel is, I suppose, an extension of that, and it's to really try to bring in the voices of young people who are not just the future of rural areas, they're also the present in rural areas. So I think it's very, very important that we have this kind of a discussion. I'm not going to go into introducing all the panelists. I'm going to leave that to our distinguished moderator, who many of you may know. His name is Ian Power, and he's the Chief Executive Officer of Spun Out. And I think I'm going to leave it there. So over to you, Ian. Thanks very much.
Super, thanks very much, Andrew, and great to have such a big crowd here for what is the main event of the day, I think, guys. So the first thing we wanted to do is just to share a video with you from an event that happened back in July. It was the second meeting of the Rural Youth Assembly here in Ireland, and they came together to discuss the issues that they felt were important to them. And we're going to play that video to kick us off, and then we'll start in with the introductions to the panel and get the discussion flowing, if that's okay.
It's been amazing to meet so many young people all across Ireland. Like today we're at the Rural Youth Assembly, and my experience of scouting has really given me a better insight into rural life, because I've met scouts from rural areas, from urban areas, and it's just given me such a good worldview, and I'm so grateful for all the learning experience that I've had.
Events like this are really important for not only developing our opinions on issues, but also just networking.
I heard about it in about November last year, and this is actually my first time being able to come in person and join in the discussions. So yeah, it's been great.
I'm from Dublin, so I'm fairly urban, and this being a rural assembly, I wouldn't have as much experience, but I learned a few things that I wouldn't have expected. One of them being that the distance you travel to school, I would have thought was much. But I learned there was one girl at my table and her friend takes a ferry, it's that far, which is a bit mental. And then there's other issues that I never would have expected, like street lights in rural Ireland just don't exist. There's not even cat eyes on the road, which I never would have thought of that. I would have thought of broadband and cars and buses, but that was a huge thing I took away from it. And then facilities are little to none, because there's always objections, and then you have to try and get those appealed just to get some things put in. But yeah, no, I've gotten a lot of it so far.
There was a lot of people in my group that definitely had very similar views, because I realised that no matter where you are in Ireland, the views are so similar. We all have the same opinions about things, and they're all great opinions, and it's great to hear people living in urban areas talking about their experiences around rural places as well.
I think that I can help people this way. I can spread the message that all of this is okay, that there are people out there who are willing to listen to you, who are willing to help. And I think that specifically AINTIS works in the adult learning area, and that's my main area of interest. I want to spread their message to other people, which is that your voice is heard, and that people do care about you, and that if you do get involved, things can change. For example, now we're seeing the Leaving Cert has been reformed, and that came because people were speaking out, because they saw that the system needed to be changed. And I think that more people can get involved, It's just taking that first step that is always the most difficult.
We are the future, and so we want to be heard and listened to, and I think it's really important that these events take place, and not only that the events take place, but actual action occurs after the events take place, and that the actions are put into place. They're not just talked about at the events, and I think also that education so that young people can come to the events knowing what they're talking about is really important as well.
I've kind of opened my eyes more to even more struggles that I've seen that young people are facing that maybe necessarily I haven't. And it's good insight into their life, but also I just appreciate that everybody's kind of open to listen to somebody. And I'm a massive fan of these kind of gatherings and stuff. It's nice to be able to have them face to face again as well, and we can get to talk to each other and we just learn about each other and, you know, make more mates. Like the amount of people you go, there's so much crossover in these organisations that they end up working together for one massive cause. So I think that's really nice to see, and it's just a good way for everyone to get along and improve the world.
Well, thank you very much to the Irish Rural Youth Assembly for sharing that with us. I think it kind of kicks us off and tees us off really well for the discussion we're going to have this evening, young people as future leaders in rural communities. And I'm glad Andrew said what he said, because I was going to. I think it's not just about young people being future leaders, but leaders today in terms of shaping rural communities. So I'm delighted to welcome Caitlin Manatee, who's down the end, and who we saw in that video there. Caitlin is president of the Irish Second Level Students' Union here in Ireland, and also a member of the Rural Youth Assembly. We've got Niamh Farrell, who is a member of the Rural Youth Subcommittee in MACRA. MACRA na Firma is Ireland's youth organisation for young people who live in rural areas. MACRA being sons, is it, and farmers firm. Sons of the Farm, I think. Is that the People of the Land? Okay, you can tell I wasn't very good at Irish. And then we have Alana McGuines here, who's from Codel in Scotland. Thank you so much for being with us today, Alana, although she didn't have too far to travel because she's based in Galway at the moment, so really interested in hearing your experiences. And then Andrew Muncaster as well, who's travelled today with us to be here with us from Edinburgh, where he's a student in St Andrews, and he's also a member of Codel in Scotland. So the first thing I'd love to kind of explore with everybody is kind of your experience of growing up as a young person in a rural area, and we might start with you, Caitlin, down the end, if that's okay.
Yeah, of course. So my name is Caitlin Fay. I am from the lovely county of Donegal. And so I've been involved in advocating for student rights specifically on a local, regional, national and international level since I was second class. A lot of my rural activism comes from, I know regrettably Donegal is known for the migrant crisis, so I was involved in advocating for students' rights in that area. In my school area, we advocated and lobbied the county council to reduce the speed limit from 50 kilometers to 30 kilometers per hour. So that's kind of how I initiated into activism in a rural area.
Wow. And what was it like growing up in a rural area from your perspective? What did the experience feel like as a young person?
I think I'm very lucky. Rural Ireland as a whole has a new beauty to it. We have so many shades of green. I know Donegal is known for its beaches, and I like to kind of flex that a wee bit. But unfortunately, it does come with its restrictions. It comes with its disadvantages, specifically around facilities, access to kind of quality internet, broadband, transport specifically. Donegal doesn't have a train, which is unfortunate. So those are some of the experiences that I have as a young person in rural Ireland.
Thanks so much for sharing, Caitlin. We'll definitely be delving into some of those as we go through the conversation. Niamh, thank you again for being with us. Maybe you could share a little bit with us just about your experience growing up in rural Ireland, and obviously your involvement with MACRA as well.
Yeah, so I'm relatively new to MACRA, really, and kind of
how you get roped in is you open your mouth and you get stuck. Once you start getting a little bit active, they kind of reel you in and they don't let you go. So I'm only about 4 years involved in MOCRA, and it ends up you're a chair of a subcommittee and you're sitting on a national council and you're on a stage today talking about rural issues the next day. So, but I have no problem in doing it, because I suppose from growing up and being my whole life in rural Ireland, there's a lot of issues, but also a lot of nice things, hence why I want to stay there and don't want to have to leave. So I'm very happy to be here, and I'm very happy to live in rural Ireland. There's nothing like being late for school because there's sheep out in the road or things like that get you away with murder. So, there are a lot of issues that we need to look at, and, hopefully with more rural young people getting up and saying, we need to make a change, we want to stay here, then somebody in a bigger office might listen to us and actually give us the changes that we need to make it sustainable for us.
Absolutely. Alana, same question to you. What was it like growing up in a rural area, and how did you get involved in kind of rural youth advocacy?
I suppose I never really know how to answer that kind of question, because I don't really know what it was like to grow up in a rural setting, because that's just where I grew up, rather than kind of idle living. It's just life. And it's just the way it was, and we had a great time and a great upbringing and plenty opportunity, plenty of things going on, sometimes I feel maybe that we had better opportunities because we were a wee bit further away. But definitely the fact that our ferry service is so poor. If you don't know about it, you should look it up, because it's a disgrace. And those kind of things step in our way a bit. But apart from that, growing up in Uist, in the Outer Hebrides, it was a thriving place. Well, it still is. There's lots of things going on, lots of people around, different initiatives, different communities all coming together and working together. And we're very lucky that that's still going ahead. We have got a wee bit of a population decline, just like everybody else, but it's still a thriving place to be, I would say. And all of the rural areas are completely different, and even all of our own islands in the Western Isles, they're totally different. They've got different communities within them, different attitudes, different problems, and different ways of life. And I think that's a great thing. So I don't know if I can really answer what rural life was like, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think one of the conversations that was happening in the other session earlier was that rural young people aren't heterogeneous. There's the youth aspect, there's the rural aspect, and then there's so many other demographic aspects and experiences that are part of that as well. Andrew, what was it like for you, and how did you get involved in Codel?
Well, yeah, like Alana, I'm from Uist as well, from Ilanuyist Maroon, Kajak, so yeah, and it was just such a lovely place to grow up, the environment especially, and that's really inspired me today. I'm a geography student at the University of St Andrews, and so it was only once I came back over summer to do work placements that I really appreciated where I came from, and the culture as well. I re-engaged with Gaelic arts and culture. I suppose when I was in school, I was always a say yes to anything, any opportunity sort of kid. So I ended up having a reputation of, if there's anything official going on, ask Andrew, he'll be keen to sign up. By 15, I was a young advisor for the Children and Young People's Commissioner for Human Rights in Scotland. When I was 16, I was vice chair of my local community council. When I was 17, I was part of Scotland's Climate Assembly, which gave forth recommendations to the government just recently on climate change. When I was 18, because of that, I got to go to COP26, and now 19, I'm sat here today in front of you all at the Oecd. So it's been a bit of a journey, I would say. But yeah, no, my rural life has definitely shaped me and who I am, and it's definitely important to me.
Overachiever, so wow, fair play. I just want to speak to what's on the screen at the moment. So this is just some of the key messages that came out from that Rural Youth Assembly the two meetings that we were talking about earlier, and it's on a wall just outside the door as well if you want to take some time, because the text is quite small, just to reflect on what some of those key messages are. I'd also like to welcome as well, we've got a group of young people from the local Comhairle na Nóg here this evening as well from Cavan. Comhairle is a network of Irish councils across the country, youth councils, and they come together to talk about issues that young people are experiencing, and there's a very significant and long-standing kind of history of Comhairle influencing national policy for young people. So you're very welcome, and we hope to hear from you later on in the session. Caitlin, we might go back to you just to maybe share your thoughts maybe with us. What do you think are the key factors that kind of might convince a young person to either leave or stay living in a rural area? What do you think are some of those key pinch points and decisions that young people are facing?
So yeah, I think just to kind of go back to my first answer, I think even myself, and I say this in my whole heart, a huge influence for me to stay in rural area is the community and the sense of belonging and the rich kind of culture and heritage. I know Donegal is a Gaeltacht area, so there's lots of music, there's lots of rich language examples of that in Donegal, and I think that's a huge influence for a reason that young people to stay in rural area. However, just the restrictions of the lack of facilities, specifically some that are really important are healthcare and accessibility, which is transport. And those are the pivotal kind of factors that influence young people to leave, which is really unfortunate.
In terms of what you think then might be the factors that could influence to stay, is it the reverse of those challenges? Is it addressing those challenges? Are there other reasons that might play in favor for young people staying living in a rural community or moving to a rural community?
I think just always the continuous consultation with young people to address those issues, finding those solutions. I know I was part of the National Rural Youth Assembly, which is an assembly of young people aged 12 to 25, I believe. Yeah, 25. And we all came together from each crevices of the island where we all discussed issues and created recommendations, and from then are passed down to the government to be implemented. So I think just that redevelopment and just continuous consultation with young people to address those issues.
Super, thanks Caitlin. We're going to come back to that a little bit later on, just talking about kind of how we can involve and hear more about young people's voices in that decision making. Alana, what's your perspective on the kind of key issues affecting young people's decisions to stay or leave rural areas?
Well, the key is always depends on the young person has to be able to do what it is that they want to do and have those facilities there. So I suppose that's a big factor. We're very lucky in the Outer Hebrides, and actually we're not lucky. We deserve to have chances for higher education, and there are different places to study within the islands. I went to school in Linaclet School in Benbecula. I grew up in South Uist. I went to college on the Isle of Skye, and then I also managed to get work in Connemara. So I've managed to live in all these different rural communities and have completely different experiences within them. So I think just giving young people the opportunity to be able to work and study in the fields that they want to do so. Gaelic and culture is a massive thing for us in the west coast of Scotland, as it is for you in the west coast of Ireland. And it's something that we really take advantage of and we're very proud of. Bishinne, a maheen agus andra hadjish akunyo bishinne janopa this on Keolis, agus ha tokalach vor urake an the There's now a new building in South Uist that celebrates language and culture and has some courses there in archaeology and in music. And we're very fortunate to have that, and also to create a social setting for people so that they can enjoy their lives as well and let their hair down a wee bit, which is also important.
Absolutely, and I think that piece around matching young people's aspirations and skills with opportunities is really important, because we just saw in the session beforehand talking about strategies to engage young people in rural areas, it was talking about the skill mix and making sure there are opportunities. Do you think the last 2 years, 3 years now, unfortunately soon enough, the last 2 or 3 years kind of have they accelerated that opportunity to allow young people who have specific skills, well actually you can now work from anywhere, you know? Has that kind of made a difference to the opportunity for young people to stay in rural communities or to move back to rural communities?
They certainly have. Like my sister, she worked for SSE and she was able to work remotely from Uist, and I've been able to work remotely for Uist from different places, even though I spend a lot of my time there and sometimes I'm away as well. So because of the pandemic and the freedom of working online, and when people have realised that they actually can do it, it has empowered people then to move out of the cities and go back to where they want to be. So then that people can work in the fields that they want to work in these other places that aren't in the urban belt.
Absolutely. Niamh, one of the things that was kind of raised within that same body of research was that, yes, it might be accessible employment-wise, but actually progression or, you know, kind of moving up the career ladder might be something that is not accessible if you live in a rural community. What's your kind of experience of the issues that encourage people to stay or to leave or to move back?
Yeah, I guess the big thing that I would see from where I am is isolation. And that's a huge issue that we have, is that without having a good infrastructure in your own local town or village, you become so isolated because, well, I don't have a group of people to go and see. I don't have a club. I don't have anybody to go. So I'm going to have to go and find those people.
Yeah.
And straight away, that could mean that somebody that's at the age of 17, 27, 37, 47 have left an area. It could mean that a family are leaving a town. It's detrimental to a town or a village that once one person leaves, it can take a family away from that. And that can mean the closing of a secondary school or a primary school because there's just nobody there. So to us, isolation is a big thing.
Do you find that an issue for people who've moved back? You know, maybe you've grown up in an area, but actually when you move back in your late 20s or early 30s, maybe not all of those people are there anymore.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember probably my second last week of secondary school, and our career guidance teacher said to us, the people you're sitting in the room here with today are not going to be your friends forever, and you might never see them again. And I was like, what is she talking about? These are the people I spent 7 years with, where are they going? And I could count on one hand the amount of those people that I would socialise with now, that I would see on a daily basis, because they have left. Yeah. And you're coming back to a town that is probably just not the same town that you grew up in. So absolutely, it was the truest thing. It's probably the only thing I remember from my Leaving Cert year, but it was so true that the people you're sitting with in that room, they're not going to be the people with, which is so different to when my mother was in secondary school. Yeah. Because they stayed in the town, they worked in the town. So like her friends are still her friends today in one sense, but because of the challenges that face us now in order to be maybe a technician or maybe to, you know, be a doctor, I just can't do that in my town. So I do have to go further afield. So it's to me, isolation, it cuts you both ways, really.
Yeah, yeah. And what do you see as the answer to that? Like what strategies? Obviously, Macra is a huge social outlet for lots of young people in different areas, but there's other things too. There's other groups and communities. But what do you think is the answer to addressing that isolation for anybody who's at home or moving back home?
I suppose, like, first, like any organisation, whether it's a rural youth like Macra, whether it's the older ones like Shancorja, any of those things are so valuable within a town or a village. Investment in infrastructure to be able to let people get there. You know, if you're a young person in Ireland, it's very hard for you to get to the town, never mind the city, because there's just no buses. So a vast investment is needed across the board to be able to, you know, get rid of isolation. And, you know, it's probably not going to come this year now after yesterday. So, but no, I do think that it really comes down to that. In the earlier session there, they were talking about the hubs. They're an excellent idea to be able to get people to, you know, come and work together. You could have 5 or 6 different people working in a different organisation, but they're all coming together and they're having the tea and chats at lunchtime or whatever. but like that, even GA, sports and social clubs, you know, I do think that if you were to join any club, you should join Mockra and Ferma. It's great because it does cover a bit of everything, and it's a great age cohort because I suppose if you don't go to college, you don't have college friends, you might be going straight out to a work environment, but you could be working with people that are 10 or 15 years older than you, depending on what the job is. So having an organisation that you're coming back and meeting with people that are your own age group that have similar, I suppose, likings, whatever that may be, whether it's football, soccer, or whatever, I think that investment in those areas are really needed.
Yeah. Andrew, so we've kind of heard about infrastructure, connectedness, you know, opportunities for employment and growth. Does that resonate with you? What are your kind of reflections on what are the issues that, you know, either attract people to stay or force people to leave, or would attract people to come back?
Certainly on the economic side of things, it is quite a bad picture in UST at the moment. Just with lack of housing, you know, I shouldn't have to wait for me to inherit a home in order for me to move back home. I think it's really important that we get young people back as soon as possible to islands, because then they get involved in their local community earlier and they can, you know, really shape their communities sooner. Other aspects of the economy on jobs, it's a weird one because we've got skill shortages in some areas, but then we're also, you know, people aren't really coming back for jobs that they want to do. There's a real lack of progression, but like you said, with the new sort of age we're living in of remote working, that's such a huge opportunity now. And I've heard stories of people across the islands now that are taking advantage of that, and now they're able to take their families home, raise their young children in the islands, have them go to school here and contribute to the local community. So that's really, really great to see. In terms of the social side of things, the work of the third sector cannot be understated in keeping together the community and providing spaces for them to interact. I'm so fortunate that I work for Ceollas, a charity based in South UST, and they run events throughout the whole year celebrating Gaelic arts and culture, and it's such a rewarding position for me to be in, to see everybody come together at all these different events, engage in something and make friends and really have something to do on the islands, because that's one of the things I get asked when I tell people at university that I'm from the islands. They go, "Oh, it's not really boring." And I say, well, it can be sometimes, but we've got our own special things, I think. We've got our own culture, our own environment that are really just unmatched. You can't find them anywhere else in Scotland, I don't think. So really, it's like I said, the third sector is such a huge, important community force in UST, and I think across the Outer Hebrides, really.
Yeah, it stands to reason that if community, which has come through from all of you, kind of community is one of the reasons to be in a rural area, it stands to reason that it's community organisations that are creating those opportunities. In the other session where we were talking about strategies to engage young people and to stay in rural areas, one of the speakers from Sweden talked about disempowering policymakers when they were talking to young people, learning to close the mouths and open the ears. Alana, I think you enjoyed that one. What do you think policymakers can do to kind of better facilitate the voices of young people in decision making, and not just hearing it, as I think Andrew said earlier, but actually acting and implementing what actually young people have said to them?
Yeah, so I do believe that we have got a room full of policymakers here, so this is the perfect platform for us to we want more money, we want more opportunities, hand it over, we'll be fine. But I think the key thing about it is empowering people to go for these opportunities and to be in the communities that they want to be in. We, in Codale, we're working on a platform at the moment, so then that to shine a bit more of a brighter light on ourselves, because I think that if we are good to ourselves, our own community will thrive better. People will be more confident to be within their own settings, a bit prouder, a bit more Disney sparkle in all of our own community, so then that we're all prouder to be there and to show them off. Because we're from great places, and we should highlight that as well. And you can check out us.co if you would like to, and see the first part of that. But in terms of policy and disempowering people, I suppose if you can get rid of the hierarchy in a way so then that people are comfortable together to actually be honest and to show what it is they need, what they want, how they want it, and a bit, although it's good to talk, a bit less talking and a bit more action sometimes might be more effective as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that, like, when you look, there's a very well-established model of youth participation called the Lundy model, and that speaks about not just creating the space in the audience, but actually creating the opportunities for implementation and going back to young people. When you've asked them a question about something and you've asked them what their view is and what they think needs to be done, that you need to go away and do it and come back and tell them, this is why we did it this way, and this is maybe why we weren't able to achieve X, Y, and Z. It's not just about talking all the time, it's about actually implementation as well.
And I think as well from that, if by talking too much, sometimes people just get so disenfranchised immediately. They can't be bothered going back and saying the whole same spiel again, because what's the point? So that's, we want to kind of avoid that situation so then that our communities can be stronger.
Yeah, it's kind of like that thing with Beyonce. She kind of always says, I'm not going to give you any more notes until you've actioned the ones that I've actually already given you. So that's kind of a very good reminder. Caitlin, you were involved in the Rural Youth Assembly, so you've got some experience of engaging with policymakers. How do you think policymakers can listen to young people and act on what young people have to say about these issues?
Yeah, well, whenever I was involved in the National Rural Youth Assembly and I discussed with all my peers and all like-minded people, young people specifically in the room, I realized that with the issues we have similar, the solutions aren't so the same. So someone who has the housing crisis down in Cork versus someone who has the housing crisis up in Galway, the solution may not be the same. It's not a one-size-fits-all policy. And I think that's something that kind of opened my eyes as well, because as much as our issues are similar, the solutions isn't always the same. And I think always continuously understanding that and approaching it in a holistic way is how we can tackle those challenges and have opportunities to tackle those challenges in those rural areas. And I think one of the key messages from the National Rural Youth Assembly is actually to lower the voting age to 16, and that's a recommendation from the Irish Second Level Students' Union as well, which we're actively lobbying and trying to implement in Ireland, and that will give a voice to young people specifically, and also that comes with education. Those understanding how to register to vote, understanding how to be an active citizen, and I think all of those combined will kind of go back to your question there.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I think having a stake in society means being able to have an equal voice, and there's no reason why a 16 or 17-year-old, and in fact, there's lots of arguments, particularly we think about the climate crisis, lots of arguments to say that young people deserve a voice more so than not necessarily than others, but, definitely deserve a voice. Andrew, young 16-year-olds and 17-year-olds have actually been able to vote in certain elections in Scotland. Do you think that's, to Caitlin's point, created an opportunity for voices to be heard in a way that maybe they weren't before?
Yeah, I think definitely, and because the 16, 17-year-old vote is so kind of mainstream in Scotland, that's how I was able to get involved with my community council so young. But it's like what they said about when you get a community that's disengaged, it's because really they don't feel like they have a stake in it, and they don't have a stake in, how can they actually make change? That's one of the things that I encountered when I was in the community council. It was, joining it, being excited to join it, being excited to hear and make change, and then encountering this wall. People weren't talking much, and really the reason that I think that was because they didn't feel like they could really make change anymore. You know, there's specific examples that I could say, you know, with local NHS services, that was getting decided by our local council, which is, you know, headquartered in a different island, and people feel disconnected from that, and they were having to make tough decisions based on austerity handed down from government to government. People feel that they don't have control. And so really, with young people's participation, I think it's so important to get them directly engaged and get them directly involved in these decision-making processes. It's one of the things that I found so empowering when I was part of Scotland's Climate Assembly. It was, you know, hearing all of the evidence on climate change, you know, these 100 people from across Scotland making up their own minds, ordinary citizens making up their own minds on policy, and really feeling empowered and supported to do that. And so I think the Citizens Assembly model is such an important one, and one that I'm quite excited for in the future, because it's gaining a lot more traction. A lot more countries such as Scotland are seeking to establish more of them. So really, I think in terms of policy making, it's trying to get that engagement in, and really trying to get communication as well, and making sure that people know where to go to, and if they know where they can act change. Yeah, I think that's the most important thing.
Absolutely. I think that's a really good point. We've enjoyed a number of citizens' assemblies here in Ireland. They seem to be a very good model for getting to the nub of a really particularly sticky or difficult issue and getting kind of consensus on how to move forward. So much so there's kind of a call for a citizens' assembly on everything here now, which is only a good sign. Niamh, Macra is you know, well known for its lobbying of politicians for many reasons. Kind of, what do you think from that experience you know, we can learn from, firstly, and then secondly, what else can we do to improve kind of government and policymakers' engagement with young people?
Yeah, I suppose it is a lobbying organisation at Macra, so anything we can give out about, we will. So you can be damn sure we have a submission on anything that needs to be submitted. But the big thing we've noticed over the last couple, and especially in the last few weeks, is that in recent weeks we have done submissions, I would say, on the guts of 20 policies, referendums, and we were in with the government there 2 weeks ago lobbying for the budget, and a lot of them had no idea that we had put in these submissions. So what we find is that actually, yes, you need to hear us, but they need to hear us first, because we have such an issue here where they haven't actually even listened, read, done anything. And the one thing that we noted was when we were spieling off all our facts and figures, that they all kind of had to put their hands down and say, geez, we actually didn't know half that. So you are well versed, you have your things done, you do know what you're talking about. And we take the effort, because we have clubs and you know, all around Ireland, that we try and engage through the National Council, that every county is represented, that, like Caitlin said, what's the problem in Galway can't be dealt with the same way as it is in Cork, and we need to get those specific issues, and in everything we submit we have a justification as to why we're submitting it, so they have no excuse to come back and say, come on. So I think it's really important, first and foremost, that they make that first step to engage, to bring us on. You know, there's a lot of policies being made, and they're being made behind closed doors, and they're affecting all of us, and they're not bringing relevant people into the room to talk about these policies. And the biggest thing is that young people are happy to embrace the change. They're happy to make a difference for the environment, they're happy to make changes along the way, but unless they bring young people into the room where those policies are being discussed, being thrown out, what hope do we have? If you were not saying that the older people are the problem at all, but if you're having older people in the room who might not be as well educated, and I suppose in terms of climate action, because it's such a big one at the minute, even in terms of the ag sector, we have lobbied so continuously about how, whilst it's not a rural youth organisation, MOCRA, we do have a good farming link to it. And the 7% of farmers in Ireland are under the age of 35, which is like an astronomical figure. And all of the rest of that is over the age of 60. So if we had doctors and nurses that the majority of them were over the age of 60, I think we'd be saying there's a national crisis. And we've been asking and looking that something has to be done, because most young farmers have all the climate action changes put in place on their farms because they can see the benefit, it's costing them less to run the farm, but there's no investment. And we're here singing from this hymn sheet, and the hymn sheet, they don't even know what song we're singing. And that's just one simple, piece, that it's across the board, it's on broadband, it's on everything, that if we're not in the room, we can't make a change. And I'm happy to sit in any room with anybody. So, with having the rural youth committees and the different subcommittees, it gives us a better, I suppose, spectrum to be able to break it down and look at the issues that are there. But we need to be brought into the room. And across the board, that's the biggest issue. Absolutely listening to us, but when we're not there, we can't have an action because we're not having our voice being heard. So
yeah, no, absolutely. And I think that's one thing as well. I mean, I couldn't count the number of invitations for submissions over the summer, and a lot of them not very plain English, a lot of them written in kind of policy-making jargon, no offense, guys. And, it's hard to engage with, even, kind of to be able to give your considered view and to be able to give what you think is the response or the solution to a problem. Caitlin, from your perspective, there are lots of those submissions out there that we get invited to do. There are lots of rooms that maybe young people get invited to be in. What do you think that policymakers can do to make those two things easier to engage with so that young people's voices can be heard?
Could you repeat your question, please?
Yeah. And actually, I'll throw it out to the whole panel if anybody has any thoughts on this. There are lots of different ways that governments, and to be fair, lots of government departments, 10 years ago weren't ever asking any questions to young people specifically. There's been a huge change in how policymakers are seeking the voices of young people. And generally speaking, it happens in two ways, right? So it happens either there's a survey kind of that is for the whole population, and lots of over 34s fill it out, and then we have to try and figure out ways to engage younger people with it, and often it's making it simpler, it's making it more relevant to their lives. Then there's also the other side of things where young people are invited into a room. Sometimes, two young people with 10 other policymakers or other representatives, is that daunting? How can we best kind of shape those consultations, shape those rooms so that young people's voices can be heard, do you think? And it's open to anybody.
If I could answer that question, I think just to shed a light on those young people who are in rural areas, just to make it more accessible to them. As you said, there's policies out there. Our rural development plan that was recently made, over 100 pages long, that wouldn't be as accessible to someone who's 13 years old, who's getting consulted on that. Others in rural areas who, as you said, are in-person consultation. I only have a bus down to Dublin and it only runs so many hours. So having more investment into transport to get more accessible places in Dublin or anywhere else around the country. Others would just be broadband internet. Without my internet, without my strong broadband at home, I wouldn't have been able to get involved or to have my voice heard. So I think just the point of making it more accessible for young people to get involved, I think that's one of the main important points.
Any other thoughts on that? Alana?
I think possibly that it's not really the want or the job of a civilian to have to be, I think the legislator has the responsibility to travel to different places, to meet people themselves, to see who it is they're representing and the demographics that they have at all sides of the spectrum, so then that their legislation that they are writing is effective and represents the populations that they are working for. Because there's plenty of things that are going on, like
housing and the climate and the Celtic and the Gaelic and whatever, that there's nothing that individuals can do about it unless there's legislation there. So like the people that are writing the policy have got all the power for it. So in that case, I think it's up to them to come to where we are, come to the different communities that they're working for and make sure that they are representing the people. And if people are reaching out to them, then they've done half the job for them. And just to listen to the people that they're representing a bit clearer.
Excellent. Any other thoughts? Otherwise, what I might do is we are really interested in thoughts from the audience as well, questions. And I know we've a number of young people in the room as well this afternoon. So if anybody has anything that they would like to ask, please put up your hand. There's a microphone in the middle of the room and we can keep the conversation going. Anybody want to kick it off? Yeah, go for it there. If you want to just come up to the microphone, yeah.
I'd just like to say thank you to all the speakers. This has been my favourite session so far and I've learnt so much. Thank you. I'm from the west of Ireland, County Mayo, from a rural community. And when I was a teenager, the overwhelming messaging was pushed to push us out of the region. There wasn't really arguments being voiced to get us to stay and make us realise the benefits of our local communities. And then, of course, my peer group hit our late 20s and are all trying to strategise how to get back and finding it really hard. So I'm wondering, are you one-offs? Like the realisation that you've had about the benefits of your local community and of staying there, is that widespread amongst your peers? Or are you strange? And where has that realisation come from? Is it shaping how you're thinking about what choices you might be making about training, education, future careers? And if you are having those thoughts, where are you getting your information? So who's around you that is orienting you and feeding into those kind of reflections that you're having?
Thank you very much for that. That's a really insightful question. Niamh, we might start with you. So kind of essentially what we're asking is, is this widespread or lots of young people staying in rural areas and moving back? What was your kind of thought process and how did you get support?
I suppose, I never left. My mother's been trying to kick me out of the house for the last 25 years and she's struggling immensely. She'll be tough gone now because there's a housing crisis, so she's stuck with me for another 20. I guess we're not strange. Like I said, I'm part of a rural youth organisation where not that we don't want anybody from the city, but we'll take them if they want to pay the membership, no problem. But we look at doing things within a town, a village, a county that's specific to those people in order and see the issues that they're having and try and come about those and try and make a social aspect out of it. So within our organisation in Mockra, as I said, you have 3 subcommittees. So there's one based on ag, so if you would love milking cows, off you go there and you can spend your days looking at cows and you can all do it together. You have a competitions committee who look at if you enjoy debating, if you enjoy bowling, if you enjoy football, soccer, whatever it is. There's like 45 competitions that you can do within the whole year, and believe me, they're extremely competitive. So I don't do a whole lot of them because I don't like losing. But it's so good in that sense. And you have rural youth then that look and see, well, what can we do as a rural youth organisation in terms of, keeping people interested in that area. So in one sense, we might be half-cracked because we're staying and we're all doing it together. But when we're doing it together, we believe we're doing the right thing. So I think from our point of view, I'm delighted to have joined the Mockra because the benefits of it in that you could go up to Donegal or you could go down to Cork and you can walk into a room of people that are doing the exact same thing as you. So it's not really that the people in Galway are stone mad. They're doing it in Cork, they're doing it everywhere. But I definitely think that, I have to say I was never really pushed out of our town. But I do see that, in some places because there wasn't a whole lot there, or if you immigrated into the town or if you weren't if you weren't born and reared there, they kind of didn't want you either. But I do see there's a change coming now, living in rural towns. I think that if you have something to give to the town, if you have an opinion, or you can stand in a gap when there's a parade going on, they'll keep you forever. So I do see that change coming in towns, whereas if you're happy to help, they'll never let you go. So I do think that there's a slight change coming there. And, you know, being part of an organisation that everybody is the same in some way or shape or form is quite nice. So.
Yeah. Andrew, what do you think? Are you outliers, you know, folks that enjoy living in the rural towns, or is this something that's becoming more widespread amongst your peers?
I think it's, you know, different people have different anchors to their communities and reasons why they return. You know, for me, as I said earlier, it's the culture and the fact that I've got a Gaelic background. For other people, it's just the fact that all their family's there, or they prefer the peace and quiet, or, you know, a lot of people I know have returned just to raise their children there because they know when they grew up it was just such a fantastic environment to grow up in. I certainly feel like nowadays they're really pushing people to stay more. They're really trying to make, you know, more apparent the different career paths you can have if you want to stay, which I think is really, really promising. So yeah, I think it varies by person to person, I would say.
Alana, a figure here, I'm not sure what the OECD or Scottish, but I think it's something like the average age to leave home here is now 29. You know, so there's lots of people living at home for much longer than maybe perhaps previous generations. Is that something that's kind of contributing to kind of younger people staying where they grew up, or what do you think is driving it?
Yeah, well, the world is changing anyway, and I suppose the way it was for us in youth is that when our parents' generations, they were told they had to leave for if they passed at 11 plus, so then they had to leave home straight away, and then after that, they would go to Fort William or Toulouse, which is like the other side of the world, back in the heyday as well. And then further to that now, there was in the 80s or the late 70s a high school built in you, so then that stretches the education system more and allows for younger people. But then there was still a bit of a perception that you had to go to university to get on, or you had to leave, and maybe a wee bit too heavy an idea on degrees in university when there are also other options of internships and apprenticeships and kind of crafts and whatever. But now there are more opportunities for higher level education in the Western Isles and in the Highlands and Islands. So that also kind of gives people the confidence. And I think it really does come down to the self-confidence of these communities to want to stay, because the Western Isles and the Highlands and Islands mostly for years, generations have been owned by a very small handful of landowners. And now recently in the Western Isles, we have 77% of our land is owned by the community, which is a massive step towards our own direction. So I do think it's definitely on the turn and on the up, and people my age and younger are kind of, I would say, enjoying more being where they're from, and rather putting themselves down and putting the place down, and they're seeing the benefits. They're seeing the people that are around and the times that they're having, the opportunities that you can get. When you were speaking about isolation earlier, actually, I was thinking, I think you can be just as isolated in the middle of London as you can be out in Connemara or whatever, because just depending on who's around you and who's your network. And I think we're very lucky in our rural communities that we're aware of that, and that we make such an effort to be good to each other, because we all know each other, and if you don't, they'll probably mention it somewhere. So it does put a bit of pressure on people, and I think it is changing, and things are getting more positive, and younger people are coming back, but maybe not as fast a rate as we would like, but at least it's happening.
Do you think it's connected to, I mean, rural communities over the past kind of 20 years have seen, you know, what are the results if there are not proactive efforts made to kind of create the community and to draw the demographics in and to kind of create places that people want to be? Do you think it's the fact that actually people know what's at stake here. They kind of understand, that there needs to be action, and maybe there's a value and being placed on kind of growing up in a rural community, or there's a value placed on being part of that community, maybe that there wasn't before, do you think?
I would say so. I think there's definitely, I think, a value for people being together and being around each other, where people can help each other far easier than maybe they can in cities. And that's a big thing that I think people enjoy and people want to be part of as well. And when people are able to advocate for their own communities, like you've been doing all your very short life, it's a great thing that we've got the opportunity to do that and to be effective as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Caitlin, Alana mentioned there, isolation, as Niamh was talking about earlier, and Alana's point is very well made. Isolation and loneliness is often thought of as either an older people's issue or maybe people from rural areas, but actually it's about the connectedness. So do you think that because there's more young people choosing to kind of stay or move back to rural areas, do you think that's helping? It's kind of almost, moving things forward and kind of contributing to people wanting to be around, because maybe young people can see themselves, they can see peers in communities. It's not just kind of something that there's a few outliers like people were talking about earlier.
Well, to be honest, guilty as charged. I am eager, as much as I love Donegal, I'm eager to go out to college, get trained, get an education, but as much as I got my first leap card,
okay,
and it was the most exciting thing ever.
It's a travel card here.
A travel card.
Anybody?
Yes, a young adult travel card, and it was the most exciting thing ever to tag off and tag on. The experience I've never experienced in rural Ireland, and I was like, this is lovely. I would really.
You really love trains.
Yeah. Unfortunately, there's none in Donegal, so I get a bit excited whenever I do mention trains. But I think whenever I did spend more time outside of rural Ireland, I kind of see, I'm more grateful now going back, because this is not in urban Ireland. And I go back home, I'm like, this is my community. This is where I lived most of my life. So I'd like to stay here. And I've seen more of the beauties, and I'm more grateful for rural Ireland. As much time as I spend outside of it, I get more homesick. So yeah, I think that answers your question.
Yeah, no, and I think the fact, lots of young people struggle differently during the last 2 years. What was interesting is that young people in rural settings actually were able to connect with nature, which we know is hugely important for your mental well-being. And so actually sometimes they were able to kind of go through the experience, whereas maybe people living in urban areas who were living with 4 strangers in a work environment or whatever, everyone trying to negotiate use of the kitchen table as a working desk, etc., found it more difficult. So it has been really challenging. We're about to run out of time. I see this big countdown here before me, which is very subtle. What I'd love to hear really, last kind of sentence from everybody, but what's the key message you'd like everybody in this room to kind of take away from this evening? We might start with you, Andrew, if that's okay.
I suppose my message is that young people want to return, and it's just that there's things that are stopping them. And so as soon as you get them back and you get them rooted in that community and you get them going and they're really involved, one person can make a dramatic change in a small rural community. So it's just really important, whoever you can, get them back.
Alana?
For me, I think it's just the word rural itself. If we change the meaning of it and change the perception, so if it's rural as a descriptive word of a landscape rather than a label of community, so then that we all have a bit more faith in ourselves and see ourselves. It's not different to an urban setting, which is just, as in my mind, is just a cityscape. So if we see ourselves as a rural setting, which is just gorgeous.
Fabulous. Niamh?
Yeah, I think earlier on it was mentioned that, they used to say the youth of today are the leaders tomorrow. We are very much leading now, and we're happy to help lead in any way we can. And so where possible, to bring us into the rooms where leading is needed to be done, and we've no problem doing it.
Oh, I've no doubt about it. Yeah. And Caitlin?
I think my message is to never underestimate the power and the potential of youth voice. Through the past 2 years, you have seen youth voice being more adaptable, being the leaders, the frontliners of the climate action, like climate justice movement. So if there is an issue there that we really do care about, we will do something, and we will do a lot of things to make sure that there's a solution there and that we can tackle it.
Super. And I think actually, speaking of youth voice, one of the Corla members would like to say something. Do you want to come up to the mic? Hold on. Take it off if you can. It's a bit tall, isn't it? Yeah. There you go.
I'm Nicola from Corla.
Thanks.
You were mentioning making information more accessible for younger people. How do you think you would go about doing that? Like even like government documents or that kind of stuff, like policies?
Yeah, I think it's a really important question because we see it a lot. So for folks who are not familiar, Spun Out is Ireland's youth information website. So we try to create information that's accessible and relevant and non-judgmental for young people, and it's a problem that we come across quite a lot. Anybody want to take that one? Niamh?
I think that the one thing that I would see from it is that I think it needs to happen, on a smaller setting to start off with. So whether it be in your secondary school or whether it be in a primary school at a higher, like in 5th or 6th class, I think if you have an interest in policy or if you have an interest in some aspect, then I think what we do in Mockra is we set up little subcommittees or working groups. So if somebody's interested in some area of the policy making, then you'll set up little groups that you can speak about it yourselves, and there's always somebody happy to facilitate that. There's always a teacher somewhere that loves those kind of things, and somebody has to start the ball rolling within your school. So if you like it or you're very interested in it, then you should start the ball rolling. That's what I'd say.
Anyone else want to say anything? No? We've got another question as well, which is great.
Hi, I was wondering, what is your advice to us as young people as overcoming obstacles of being in rural environments? Like I know myself, a couple of other of our members, getting transport like buses and bus times, and trying to even get out of our times to get places, and socializing is very difficult to us. So do you have any advice to us?
I think I'm going to go to Caitlin on this because you're our Minister for Transport up here.
Well, whenever I do have to go to Dublin, I have to wake up at 4 a.m., get the 5:30 a.m. bus, and drive down 4 hours to Dublin, and then if it's just one day off, go back up. I think that's what happens now that we're in person, but whenever I did get involved, initially internet, so I did have, and I'm lucky to have that, where my teacher was able to introduce me to the Irish Second Level Students' Union, in which I got involved. And I think just advice, general advice on like getting involved and getting your voice heard. It starts small, and your action or whatever you want to do, whether it's going out to the streets, whether it's writing a submission, you have to find your niche. And both, one isn't as important as the other. They're both important in many different ways. So finding out what you like to do and then integrating that to movements. I like doing social media. So I handle the social media platforms sometimes, and that's my niche, and that's how I get involved. So I think that's an advice I would give you.
Brilliant. Well, listen, can we give our 2 Corla members a huge round of applause for their questions? And also, please, I want to thank Caitlin, Niamh, Alana, and Andrew for a wonderful discussion and sharing their insights. It's incredibly generous of you, so thank you for being here with us this evening. And yeah, take everything they said on board, folks. Thank you very much.
And if I may just add my words of thanks, because that was an extraordinarily interesting session, and really appreciate your very personal insights, actually, and advice. And I think it was Caitlin who said, don't underestimate the power and the potential of young people. I assure you, we certainly don't. We found this extremely helpful, and thank you sincerely again. I'd ask you to wait for one moment. And colleagues, just a reminder, there is now in the Woodford Suite the launch of 2 OECD publications on the Enhancing Rural Innovation Initiative. You're all very welcome to attend that. Others, for those of you who will be joining for the drinks reception, that'll be also starting at 7 o'clock outside the door. But I just want to take the opportunity to thank you again. Thank you, Ian, of course, for chairing it. And if everyone could give the panel a round of applause. Thanks very much.